Neural Synthesis Conference meeting workshop on behalf of BAS, the Berlin Center for Advanced Studies in the Arts and Sciences, which Ariane Jesulat and me are co-heading. First of all, a big thank you to all the speakers today for agreeing to present here in this mixed context. And a big thanks also to the organizing team for making the meeting here possible. I'd like to start with why neural synthesis, a bit of background on the concept here. Since the discovery of nerve cells and electrical communication in biological bodies, the question how this music of the brain, the nervous activity, synthesizes signals from the senses into perceptions, which then end up in cognition, which then end up in hopefully meaningful action in the environment that the living organism is in, has been the object of much research and speculation, modeling, and simulation from a lot of different perspectives. When we consider the terms artificial intelligence and artificial neural networks, they're actually metaphors that claim relationships to biological systems. And as we all know, AI technology has been advancing very rapidly recently with big corporations and big institutions releasing really powerful tools and updates almost every week by now, continuously raising both the opportunities and the dangers, leading to meetings like the Bletchley Park meeting last week about considering how to rein in the possible dangers of AI. We thought for this meeting, rather than following these big trends, we decided to invite presenters, artists and scientists who work with unusual approaches to neural networks, which perform different kinds of neural synthesis, creating behaviors in a wide variety of ways. So we will be hearing about biological neural networks in model organisms, very small simulated neural networks that model animal behavior with minimal means, intentionally minimal means, artificial neural networks that model human listening and ways to make those perceptual synthesis processes audible again, exploring interspecies communication from artistic perspectives, in effect forming syntheses between biological and artificial neural networks, and others. We hope that bringing these perspectives into a context designed for exchange will create new connections between people across all these disciplines, sparking new ideas, creating new syntheses of ways to engage with neural networks that create complex behaviors, whether these networks are biological, animal, human, technical, conceptual, or maybe others. So in order to start this communication process, we'd like to collect questions during the talks. So if you have a direct question after a talk, you're welcome to post that, but if the question is more general, then please tell Ronya, who is sitting here, what your question is, and we will collect it for the panel toward the end of the day, so we can discuss these questions together. We will remind you of that. There will be drinks and catering available outside at some point. And without further ado, let me introduce the first speaker, Oswald Berthold.
Yes, but before he starts, I have to make a really, really important announcement. The team had hard work with a fascinating outcome, and I will thank in alphabetical order Jana Gebert, Ronja Landau, Max Liebstein, Lena Lose, Aurora Novelli, Jasmina Samsuli, Magdalena Weidemann. They are the heroes of this conference.
Okay, thank you. I'm very excited to be able to be here, and thanks so much for the invitation, and thanks for setting all of this up. My name is Oswald Berthold, and I'm a co-inventor of that robot you're seeing in front of the stage, which is called FlatCat. The robot, as a robot, that's okay, and today I'm going to show you a bit more about a setup I call FlatCat Audio. And let's dive in. So just a little bit background about myself and where I'm coming from. I have these two projects. I'm with a group called Farmers Manual, which I founded in the 1990s in Austria, and it's still going. It proved surprisingly resilient. And I have another project which is much newer. It's the Jetpack Cognition Lab, and Jetpack is the company that produces and markets the Flatcat robot. And Jetpack consists of me and my co-founder Matthias Kubisch, who is also a roboticist. And that brings us to the Adaptive Systems Group. That's where I know Matthias from. It's headed by Professor Verena Hafner at Humboldt University in Berlin. And it's about next generation robotics, self-learning machines, developmental robotics, and that's where I did all of my scientific research, really. The images are just supposed to give you like an overview of the kinds of robots I've been working with, the kinds of robots that we have been building ourselves, and where Flatcat is kind of coming from. So that's these things over here, like with 4 legs, and then with 2 legs, and then it's only 1 leg. That's what Flatcat really is. And Farmers Manual is electronic music project, so that's how these robotics and music approach kind of combine for me. And currently I'm working with a company called AIMS, and we're doing like large-scale AI for music search, so that also adds like a slightly new angle to everything. So you're asking yourself, okay, WTF, what is this? Flatcat is a robot pet, as you can hopefully see, and you will also be able to take it in your own hands, because it's a robot basically built to be held in your hands, to have on your lap, to be cuddling with, and have it hanging around on your sofa. And Flatcat audio is when we let the robot make some sounds and noises, or even some music. Okay, I like to ask myself at times, why am I doing the stuff I'm doing? Somehow it comes kind of natural to me. It's whatever, yeah, I guess that is probably kind of future of music. We're talking about Internet of Things. All devices will be smart and connected, and yes, of course, we want to use them to control and influence the music that's playing, whether we are like artists or we are just consumers or anything in between. And so that's also the fun of it aspect, and apart from that, it's like it's makes a contribution to the actual product development for the broader robot marketing. And yeah, I'm just, that's the smaller stuff at the bottom, but I think I've gone through that. That's just supposed to kick you off a little bit before you fall asleep right away. So I learned this way back from a colleague. I thought this was really good. So let's just dive in, and we have the robot, and the robot is an autonomous robot, which means it's doing all the stuff on its own. And it's actually more than that. So it's not only doing stuff on its own, but it's also able to react to the stuff that you are doing to it. So which essentially means you're holding it and you're moving it around in space, and space has a very cool feature which is called gravity, and it always points in one direction. So it's very reliable thing to depend on, and Flatcat feels this gravity like you feel it from your own weight. Like your own weight is, that's gravity, like you can only hold it for so long. And that's how the human part and the robot part kind of mixes. And since it's, in the end, it's just a computer, basically, there is data being generated. And then we take this data and we do some message passing, which means we are sending digital messages across some communication network. And in that process, we're doing some mapping, which means we are kind of transforming the data from one kind of representation into a different representation, which is more suitable for what we want to do. And then we put it into some synthesis engine. In this case, it's really literally audio synthesis, which is a huge thing on its own. And then we do some sonic design, which is whatever the artistic kind of thing we put on top of that. That's one way of putting it. And beyond that is a more technical way of saying the same. We have a Raspberry Zero in the head of the robot. That's basically an IoT, Internet of Things, ready device. It's connected via Wi-Fi. On that Raspberry, the actual controller for the robot behavior is running, and it's modified to send the robot state via open sound control to the external world. And there is a little server in Python that does the transformation, and this data is sent to the super collider synthesis engine, which some of you might know. And that's maybe hits or points at the core of what Alberto was pointing at in the introduction, is like, you might ask, okay, where's the neurons? They are all over the place. And by the way of applying quite particular design principles, which we have been doing this for quite a long time. And I would even phrase them or frame them as a bio-inspired approach. So we are like really looking a lot at what's going on in natural and biological systems at all kinds of levels. And neurons and neural networks and neural systems is one particular way of how information processing is done in biology. But there is other things as well, like the hormonal network and like the lymphatic network and all kinds of like slower message passing, neural modulation, and so on and so forth. And all of these paradigms themselves, they are quite often have the same or similar characteristics, which is like they are noisy, which is cool because the world is noisy, so we need some information processing which is ready to do that. They are usually adaptive from the ground up. They are nicely saturating, so they don't generate excessively large values. They just stop. We are using distributed representations, so which means an information about a particular thing is usually mixed up into like tens or hundreds or thousands of single neurons, for example, or neuron pools. And we have growth in biology as a also fundamental principle of organization. So if we are adapting, it means we are changing, and this change is actually growing into a situation. So that's a bit of philosophy here, and this is the way I kind of visualize this for myself. So to the left, you have a classical design approach. So you want to have some function in your system, and then you say, yeah, we want to have this function like an autonomous car or something, and then it needs to do these things like navigation and know about obstacles. And then we build this like flimsy scaffold and put the function on top, and then we say, yeah, we are finished. But like when we miss some of the assumptions that are implicit in the structure, we just basically fall into the bottomless pit and everything breaks down. So we want to build things that are more like that. It's just a pile of mini functions that just pile on top of each other and realize the larger function at some point. And the cool thing about the pile is, even if you cut it in half, it's still a pile. It's just a little bit lower. So it's, I think, a very robust, whatever. For me, it's a helpful way to think about it. So these are some more technical details about how the robot actually works. We are using a building block called the sensory motor, which is this blue thing you see in the robot, and it's replicated 3 times. And all of these 3 things, they are just the same, and they are doing the same. And the sensory motor is called sensory motor because it is a motor, it can move, but at the same time, it's also the sensor. So geometrically speaking, the sensor and the motor are happening in the identically same space, and that's very cool, because that realizes proprioception. Proprioception means self-perception, and it's the stuff that we do and that all animals do, which is the sense of how your body, the configuration of your body in space, and where is up and down, and where are the arms and all that. So that's very important. And we're using another thing called intrinsic motivation, which is another way of saying artificial curiosity. So we want to have a robot that is autonomous, can do its own stuff, but it's not becoming repetitive. But like all of you, we just come up with random new things. We want to try this or another day, and that's what the robot is doing on a very small level, but it's actually doing it. And that's the stuff that's orchestrating the robot behavior on its own. And now I'm just coming as basically as a little parasite from the side, and so it starts to move. And I'm just grabbing all this data that it is produced by the robot doing its thing, and then I'm using that to create noises. So maybe one final thing, because I put it here. So this structure you see on the top is called the cognitive sensory motor loop. It's a proposal for a minimally cognitive neural network, essentially. So it only consists of 2 neurons, which are represented by the plus signs. These are just accumulators. They are integrating data and summing it up. And the phi t is the angular velocity, like how fast the cat is moving, and the ut is the motor current, like that we use to control the motors. And with this structure, you have 2 parameters, the GI, which is the input gain, and the GF, which is the feedback gain. And you get like 4 different quadrants with the configuration of these parameters, and then they realize these 4 different, qualitatively different types of behavior, which is support, release, hold, and contraction. Support means you're moving the thing and it actually moves with you, and release means it just does nothing, it's just limp, and hold means you're holding it stiff, and contraction is what Flatcat is doing, which means it doesn't support, it's anti-support, it goes against the force. That's basically what the robot is doing. It's only always going against the force, and that force might be its own weight in space, so it's always self-uprighting. Yep. Okay. So I'm taking this robot data, and that's one very important ingredient, and I'm very thankful to Alberto for pointing me again to it, because I was quite familiar with random projections. And this means this is the robot state, and this is what we want to control our synthesizer, and this is a random matrix, and we're performing a multiplication. And this random matrix creates a nice mix of what's on the input onto the output. And this works surprisingly well to get quite coherent mappings. And I think that's perceptually quite important for us humans, that if the sound changes, if you have a natural process, and the process changes, usually like a lot of the components of the sound you're hearing, they are changing together. And that makes a very nice kind of sensation of something interesting going on. And that's being realized by these things. So I'm at the end, basically, of my, of this more verbal part of the presentation. So of course, there's tons of future work we want to do. We want to have the robot actually be able to hear stuff. That's it can't do this currently, and like we don't want to go for like understand human language and that stuff. That's basically solved with Alexas and these people. but we want to do pre-verbal things, like actually just the robot is supposed to know where something is happening by its sound. That's maybe one of the most important pre-verbal audio skills and whatever. We want to integrate external actions, or we want to mix, we want to connect two flat cats so they can actually interact with virtual forces and do other interesting experiments and get to some closed loop audio setup where the audio that's being produced in the space might actually be fed back to control the behavior. And at the lowermost level, and that's like these things to the right that actually are neural oscillators. It's an experiment I've done using artificial evolution and using an entropy-based measure for complexity. It's called predictive information. You can look up the definition, or we can chat about that later. And it was just an early experiment to see whether you can kind of push this very general neural oscillator to produce interesting shapes. Here it's graphical, but you can actually also listen to these things. So that might be the synthesis part of it at some point. Okay, thanks for getting with me to this point. Questions as per the agenda. And if there's a quick question, maybe now is a good point. That's my contact info. And I would switch to the demo. And the demo is just what I described in length. The robot being connected to a sound generator. And I'm just gonna turn it on, and we will listen to it, and then I'll just start passing around the robot. So each of you can, yeah, probably, but during the day, maybe each and every one of you gets to the opportunity to really hear this, how this works together. And there is a lot of randomness in it, so it's not very straightforward. It's not something you hear like immediately. I hear it very well, but I have been training a lot, of course. And let's go and maybe explain some stuff. So what we're seeing here on the right side, that's the central data processing. So it's receiving data from the robot. That's the message, flat cat, and it's sending a vector of 15 numbers, which is the motor states, the temperature, and the angles, and so on. And here is my super collider. And it actually is making sound already. So, perfect. So I'm about half the volume on my box, so I can control it a bit. And right now it's kind of low volume. So on the bottom right, you also see the incoming data that's being pre-processed. This is just an oscilloscope that shows me that some stuff is going on. And this is some additional control code. And behind all of this, that gets a bit messy now, is the pulsar generator. Here you actually see it quite well. That's just the graphical interface of an existing application written for Super Collider that realizes pulsar synthesis, which is a specific kind of digital synthesis approach. And you can see these sliders wiggle around, and that's how the robot motion maps onto the control of the audio synthesizer. So maybe we actually want to see this one. Okay. So. Okay. Can I put the robot on the piano? It's furry. It's like no scratch. So it's in some particular configuration, and maybe let's have a look at this random projection matrix, because I can, that's a large part of what I use when I do a performance to create some variation, is I just recreate this random matrix, and there is a number at the end, and that controls the density of the matrix and how densely this input are mapped to the output, so I can, now it's very sparsely connected, and now I can make like a much richer connection. And what do we hear? Nothing. Okay. I don't know, I guess you can kind of hear that like when it's at rest, it's a different, it changes less than when it's moving a lot. And when it's moving fast, it creates like large numbers. So when it's doing this shaking here, these show up as like these more intense kind of glitches. So what I also like to do is to actually pull it into pause so it doesn't move on its own. And what I really like, my latest favorite is the temperature sensors. So when it's actually moving, it gets warmer on the inside, and when I stop it, it kind of cools down. And then it kind of slowly slides through the parameters. I just want to find maybe just a bit more exciting configuration here. So it's super sensitive, so it's actually lying flat on the floor, but you can really hear the disturbance from just touching it. And so that's the process of the robot preparing for action internally, even though we don't see anything on the outside. So maybe we're gonna pass it through the floor, and just you can play around with it, and I'll play around a bit on the creating some variation over here. don't know what the timing says, but okay. Thanks for having me.
The next presentation is by Hana Yoo, and this is remote from Korea. She's currently on a residency there. Hana Yoo is interested in investigating the collective anxiety and transcendental experiences formulated from the natural artificial process of reversing perspective. Working in film and multimedia installation, she engages with the allegory of nature and technological appropriation in the context of human environment transformation and reconstructs them through storytelling. You studied media art at the Berlin University of the Arts with Nina Fischer and me, among others. And she's also a former fellow of the Wilhelm Flusser Archive at UdK and of Goldrausch Künstlerinnen Berlin. Her works have been shown internationally at museums and festivals, including the Photo Museum in Winterthur, Switzerland, the European Media Arts Festival, EMAF, in Osnabrück, and in the Busan International Video Art Festival, among others. And in 2022, she was awarded the Berlin Art Prize. And Hana is visible online already. Hana, can you hear us? Hey.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me, and everyone who is there. Thank you for joining me today. You already introduced me, so I will just move on. For those less familiar with my research, let me briefly introduce the field I am into, which is often referred to as a techno-rodentology. Though I personally find the term somewhat limiting, it essentially involves the study of relationships between machines and rodents, especially in this case, in my study, rat and mouse. Today I will explore one intriguing chapter from these relationships and illuminate the in-between role of bases that have shaped the history of techno-rodentology. Okay. So you probably have seen this chamber. In the mid-20th century, psychologist B.F. Skinner introduced the operant conditioning chamber, commonly known as the Skinner box, to examine animal behavior. Inside this chamber, this rat could press a lever to receive food. It's a form of reinforcement that led to repetitive behavior. Behaviorism had challenged psychoanalysis. It's known to bring a scientific perspective to psychology, which was to limit only the behaviors, only what we can see as a research subject. Skinner and other many behaviorists believed these principles could be applied to induce changes in human behavior, and they indeed had a really intriguing consequences. Rats were used to startle human babies. Pigeons were trained to pack missile boxes in World War II. Although this project didn't happen at the end. And the combination of reinforcement learning and telematic media proved instrumental in manipulating the masses during, especially for the wartime propaganda. So reinforcement learning stemming from this particular rat behavior and labor extended beyond education into various applications. The idea of reinforcement machine learning, for example, is to train machine and let it make its own sequence of decisions. And it finds applications in various domains such as finance, language processing, healthcare, robotics, and most variously self-driving car. Let's return shortly to Skinner's chamber again and take a moment to reflect on what happened to the rat that didn't press the lever. What about the rats often overlooked in the media because maybe they are not so white, that didn't behave as expected? My study is what are we missing in this cybernetic cycle from rats to machines.
이상한 가역 반응. 원내 일점과 원외의 일점을 결부한 즉선. 두 종류의 존재의 시간적 영향성. 우리들은 이것에 관하여 무관심하다. 직선은 원을 살해하였는가?
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here, and particularly pleased to have these good questions. Some of them are pretty tough, but they really are I think, very basic. I want to start off with one to which I can tie some of the others, and that is, how much do I think that research on animal behavior will contribute to an understanding of and modification of human behavior?
So, reinforcement learning is concerned with this really foundational issue of how can intelligent agents learn to make a good sequence of decisions. In contrast to a lot of what is covered in machine learning, we are going to be thinking about agents, the intelligent agent in general that might or might not be human or biological, and how it can make not just one decision, but a whole sequence of decisions. We are going to be concerned with goodness. And what we mean by good here is some notion of optimality. We have some utility measure over the decisions that are being made. And the final critical aspect of reinforcement learning is the learning. That the agent doesn't know in advance how its decisions are going to affect the world or what decisions might necessarily be associated with good outcomes. And instead, it has to acquire that information through the experience.
현미경. 그 밑에 있어서는 인공도 자연과 다름없이 현상되었다. 같은 날의 오후.
Human organism is reinforced just for being successful with something.
목적이 있지 아니하였더니만큼 냉정하였다.
So when it's a baby, for example, it has a primitive brain and one eye, swims around and then attaches to a rock. And when it's an adult, it digests its brain and just sits there. And so maybe this is some indication of the point of intelligence, the point of having a brain, and at least in part, is helping it to guide decisions. And so once all the decisions in the agent's life have been completed, maybe we no longer need a brain.
So far, we've examined how red behavior influences machine behavior. Now, let me introduce you the second case, demonstrating how machine, the neural network, currently classifies the certain states of mice. This case study conducted by the Animal Welfare Laboratory harnesses deep learning, the artificial intelligence, to analyze facial expressions of laboratory mice before and after anesthesia and castration surgery. It offers scientific tool for recognizing these animals, recognizing and alleviating the suffering and pain of this animal, which takes this animal, rat and mice, they are like 90% of animal kinds in the science laboratory. Let me shortly talk about pain, since we mentioned before. Some argue that pain is inescapable facet of life itself, often hidden from our perception. And recognizing and addressing pain is the first step toward breaking free from this cycle, they say. And this can be a very unpleasant process. And how do we recognize the pain? The role of faces becomes prominent, evident when it comes to recognizing this pain and suffering for us, especially to humans, and to recognize others' pain. And this connects us again back to Skinner's behaviorism. When we cannot discern what it is, and we rely on how something appears and behaves. And driven from this criticism of behaviorism, which at the time it confused the mind and behavior, cognitive approach had emerged, which led to neural network, as we previously have looked into. But in fact, the face is through black box. It is what we can see, but it's very hard to look at. Now we will go back to red and watch another film, excerpt of another film about laboratory red, white red, and a face without a face.
네, 제가 그곳에 있을 때 태어나서부터 그곳의 모든 환경이 다 자유롭다고 배웠어요. 자유가라는 노래까지 부르면서 내가 배운 자유로움은 내가 태어난 곳에서 반경 44km 이상을 다닐 수 없고, 그리고 내가 하고 싶은 말을 함부로 하면 안 되고, 자유롭다고 느낀 것이 아니라 배운 거예요. 그 고통의 시작이 그래서 이제 모든 건 알고 나서부터인 것 같아요.
Voila! My poor man's ballistic gel. I made this gelatin up because I want to run a couple of tests on 3 different pellets, so the Diablo pellet, the Flathead or Super Mag, and Hollow Point. This is where I'm shooting from. I lasered it at 4 yards, just to give you an idea. I did that because I didn't want to have to go and re-zero the scope for doing this. So the gel's on there, just make sure that it's going to stay. I'm going to shoot in the edge of the gel, so in the front here, and then the idea is we'll be able to see the pellets travel through, and then we'll be able to see also from the top the wound channel of the pellet as it travels through the gel. Recorded the shots anyway. That was a Diablo, Super Mag, and that one there was a busy Hollow Point. This slow-mo here is 30 frames per second slowed down because the 120 didn't work, but it still gives you an idea of the shockwave that the Bisley impact generates.
So self-defense really asks the following question, and this is the key question that we're going to keep in our minds as we go through. Was the force used reasonable in the circumstances as the defendant supposed them to be? Now, obviously, because this is a subjective test, it can sort of potentially lead to some strange conclusions. So if you imagine going about and seeing someone taking the shopping off an old lady, now one person might think that that young person is helping the old lady, another person might think that the person is robbing the old lady, and people might react in different ways, helping the lady out. So you can see how circumstances can differ based on who you are and what your personality is. We have to look at what the defendant is actually preventing. So if the person sort of pushes someone off a cliff because they're about to throw a stone at someone, then that's possibly an unreasonable use of force to prevent the consequences of their actions. However, if someone has a loaded gun and is about to sort of shoot someone, then if the police or someone else killed the victim, then we could argue that that is enough. Because you're potentially killing a life to save a life.
The limits of what can appear, the limits of surface, the face, and the limits of even the possibility of having a face circumscribe the domain in which the political speech operates and certain kinds of subjects appear as viable actors. I will end this presentation with these final questions. In which way do we recognize ourselves through the others? Is this process perhaps also neurosynthesis? Thank you. I hope I didn't overdo my time.
Thank you. You're perfectly on time. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Fronte Vacuo is a transdisciplinary performance group born and based in Berlin. They combine body art, dance theater, audiovisual performance, and technology. Their works are defined by unexpected methods of audience interaction, radical bodily performances, and rigorous work on symbolism. Fronte's materials are human and non-human bodies, organic symbionts, artificial intelligence machines, spatial sounds and images interwoven into tumultuous biomes. In Italian, fronte means military or political front, and vacuo means vacuous, without contents. So Fronte Vacuo refers to a militant front empty of meaning, a cynic reference to today's blind belief in techno-capitalism. The group's ongoing project, Humane Methods, is the saga of broken society re-emerging from a ruinous futuristic past. The saga's episodes become stage productions, street performances, and hybrid live installations, where audiences and performances live hyperreal science fiction scenarios. Fronte Vacuo was founded in 2019 by artists Marco Donnarumma, Margherita Pevere, and Andrea Familari, and recently joined by Anna Cinghi. Presenting today are Margherita Pevere and Andrea Familari. Fronte Vacuo is currently artist in residence at Volkstheater Wien for the seasons 2022 to 24 and tours regularly national theaters, performance venues, festivals, and streets. And you're on.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Alberto, for, first of all, the invitation and for the nice introduction. So, thank you once again for your attention. What we would like to talk to you today is a saga. So brace yourself for a journey across the production we've been doing in the recent years. Fronte Vacuo is a performance art group that Andrea Familari, Marco Donnarumma, and I co-founded a couple of years ago. No, it's already 4 years ago. How time flies. And we've been collaborating before that. Then we eventually decided to found the group. The group has also grown in the sense that we have been collaborating with a variety of researchers, artists. We'll tell you more about that in a second, but maybe before that, a couple of words about each one of us. So Andrea, you start.
Yeah, we decided to found this group to basically move on from our practice, because us three are their own practice. I am a visual artist and new media artist.
And I work across biology and art, working on the links between environment and embodiment. So I work with organisms, their part, a lot of technology. I do installations and performances. And Marco Donnarumma, who was also at the Graduiertenschule a few cohorts ago, he works with sound, machines, robots, as a performer and a scholar. So what we do, while we keep our individual practices, in Fronte Vacuo we shape a space to create things that otherwise we wouldn't do individually. And this is how the saga of Humane Methods came to be. The title comes from, well, we just spoken about lab animals, and Humane Methods has the origin in the humane methods of killing, human methods of slaughter, which is a protocol adopted by industrial farming to kill animals in a humane manner. So the first question is, what does it mean, humane? Why is humane used as a term that means acceptable, ethical, compassionate? Why is there this distinction between what is human and therefore humane and what is the rest? Why this hierarchy? So, by the way, farming, industrial farming, is one of the main fields of application of robotics and algorithmic control of streamlined processes. You know, you don't want animals killed by humans, rather let the machines be humane to animals. So already in the title of the saga, there is a critical stance or perhaps a provocation towards the use of machines nowadays. And we decided to present you the works, let you know about the saga and how they have developed over time. Maybe we can start with one of the early works, Ur. You can say something.
Yeah, Ur was made during our fellowship in the Academy für Theater und Digitalität in 2020 when me and Marco were fellow there, and was one of the first episodes of Human Methods. It's a solo performance of Marco, where was the first interaction of what will be, after 2020, our algorithm that will accompany us as a strap performer that is called DMB, that is basic neural network autoencoder based on computer vision. So what it does is reconstruct what's in front of a real-time camera, and through that send out data that will allow us to control audio and light. And the meaning is to have these extra performer that interfere and perform with us through data.
And what you see here in the video is it's a mix of the camera recording the performance for human vision, or yeah, it's still machinic vision, but for human purposes. And then what you see, there are overlays of reconstructed images that are used by the algorithm to steer the process. Maybe you want to say something more.
Yeah, basically how its work is try to reconstruct from the reflection of the light in grayscale. So everything that is white, you try to make it white and all the shade of the gray to reconstruct the perfect image in front of the camera itself. And this was one of the first that we did with only one camera in another piece that we'll introduce later. We used an array of camera. This also allows us to introduce in our saga what is mean for us also the discourse about technology. And now as here in this auditorium is all around us, also in the world of human methods, in this parallel world, is controlled or orchestrated by this.
So Ur is a piece for a solo performer and an algorithmic performer. This algorithmic performer was developed by Fronte Vacuo, Andrea and Marco, together with two more people, Baptiste Caramieux and Mervi Thomas, who helped develop the coding for that. And since then, this algorithm has been accompanying us throughout the other pieces, although steering different interaction with the audience and with the performance on stage. Why loops? Well, loops are part of the constituent part of the structure of machine learning, because there is repetition that goes on, but loops are also part of everyday life, like every time we switch on the computer, every time we log on an interface. So there's a parallel that can be very uncanny between the instructions that we follow as people to just survive throughout the daily course or maybe artistic endeavors, and then how the structure of an algorithm works. And the algorithm violence that is mentioned here refers to the title, Human Methods of Slaughtering, but also how this ubiquitous presence somehow creeps in the existence of people and forces to accept parameters that are maybe not questioned enough. Then, drawing from this experience, we moved to another piece of the saga, Exhale. It was meant to be a durational performance over 2 years, but it was produced especially during the years of pandemic, so there were a few constraints we then decided to integrate in the piece. So rather than having the classical distinction between performance and audience, or rather than adopting certain immersive formats for performance where the audience is directly in the same space as the performers, in this case we created a separation that would allow the audience anyway to be surrounded by swarming light and performers. So we turn the space of the theater into a post-apocalyptic garden, well, a garden of our time, sitting in greenhouses. So the whole action was happening in the corridors between the greenhouses. Now you see in the picture one of these corridors, and on the sides and on the front. While the performers were wearing white hoodies and white costumes, the audience would be wearing red hoodies. So there was also an effect of the audience watching the audience taking part or not to the show, and interactive in various manners. Together, this was the first piece we developed together with the set designer Anna Shinji, and what we did with her was to make beautiful and powerful use of separation that would also become a membrane where you could exert touch, intimacy, feel the heat of the performer's body, perhaps sometimes even sneak small objects through the small holes and gaps in the set design to allow an ongoing exchange with the audience, which was anyway a sitting audience, although they could move around. We have chosen 3 keywords or three concepts for this piece. One is frictional temporalities, which refers to how the piece evolves over the time of 3 days. Every day there were 2 shows, altogether 3 hours for 3 days. So there were things happening on stage that would change the setting from the first day to the last. Not only the disposition of certain objects, we had soil on stage that would then change radically the set. There were things growing on stage. We had mushroom and we had seedlings that would grow over the time and also become a way of interacting with the audience. So it was an evolving ecosystem, tumultuous to some extent. And in this ecosystem where, as I mentioned earlier, there was not the distinction between sitting audience and performers on stage, there is also a reflection how wherever you sit, you have a specific point of view. And this is also what happens in life. So it also goes back to a reflection of the scientific or the scientific gaze, assuming that an experiment can be objective, because at the end of the day, it's never. It can be. We need in science replicability of experiments and protocol, but at the same time, every time you run an experiment, it changes. And this was used by feminist philosopher to develop the concept of situated knowledge. So wherever you're sitting, even in this room, the way the people sitting over there are looking at us is different than the people here in the front row. And they should never be forgotten, because this determines how one sees and understands the world. Perhaps you want to say something, how the computer vision system...
Not only the computer vision, but also this was the first performance that we design a room that works by itself, so the audience itself entering the space and you are part of the performance immediately. You are not a performer naturally, but you have an agency on the performance itself. As I explained before, from the camera system that we had in the first performance, only one camera. In Exhale, we basically create an array of camera that they will present on the stage where the performer could interact and change the narrative of the lights and the audio system, but also the audience itself had camera pointed at them to try to reconstruct themselves. So basically we created, as it was right before, an ecosystem. So it's a room that can work also without a performance. There is all an infrastructure, technology, and visually that create the room and the space that we had in mind.
And the music you hear was partly on a score, but most of it was generating during the show through an array of softwares that were then in part linked to the computer vision system. Yeah. Unfortunately, Marco is not here today to tell us more about the magic, but we can also answer some questions. I need to...
Yes. And to continue, yeah, everything basically for dramaturgical purpose, we had some stop during the show to restart our loops. But during the part of live, everything was real-time generated through the data of all the camera array that was present on stage and in the audience.
So you have seen some of the characters of the saga, this officiant that repeats a prayer, also ein Urgebet, a primordial prayer in loops. In the previous piece, you have seen the characters with a white hoodie. There was an eerie chimera of a female body with antlers. Antlers are of male deers, by the way. No one remembers that. And these are some of the characters that return in the other pieces of the series that we are now developing as a small cycle during the residency at Volkstheater Wien. One of them was Dissolution, where we introduce actually one more character. The other one, the second one, is the officiant. And this is the story of an oracle. So the oracle being the mythological figure that can see what humans cannot see. And it's usually either blind or with eyes covered. So there's also an interesting link with the computer vision system in the pieces. And it's an oracle that can somehow link the memories of the worlds with a possible future. It's a future of destruction. It's a future that has inherited the legacy of too little care that we are witnessing in these very years. So it's an oracle that also carries the pain of this awareness, but hopefully can help the participants find this memory. And it's a performative piece, again, where a small group of audience would enter a room that is completely in dim light, and there's a glowing box in the middle of the room. So outside there is the officiant, the one you saw earlier, the one that repeats the looping prayer forever and ever, and the officiant guides each one of the members of the audience to meet the oracle. So one by one they can enter and have their individual moment with the oracle. They carry an object that the oracle, that the officiant has donated to them, and with the oracle they carry a ritual of dissolution where hopefully this object awakens some memory and brings back some attention or some link to the present. Before entering the space, the participants need to have their iris scanned, of course in an anonymized manner. No data is stored about the participant, but then the scanning of the eye enters in the architecture of the computer vision. You want to say something?
Yeah, basically what we had in mind with this performance is to create a ritual that rely on the memory of the object that come from our dimension to the dimension of human methods, and to create a ritual that one common person from this world can trapass and go in the world of human methods and get the permission from the oracle to be part of this world. So for doing that, again, through DMB, to enter in this space, you need to scan your eye, that then will be stored only for the time of the performance to create data, again, to control audio and light. And then the ritual itself, that was made by the oracle and performed by Margherita, had the proper narrative inside.
And this is the shadow of the officiant. So after dissolution, we had an artistic feeling of what we can do in the wake of what we can see happening in the planet. It's really tough time. It's really challenging time. The questions that are needed are way too complex to be solved with a techno-fix. I think this is something we can agree upon, or maybe not. Let's talk about that. But there's complexity that leaves sometimes a feeling of impossibility. Sometimes things just feel too big to be solved. And so in this, in the following episode, Impossibility, we worked exactly on this feeling. So the feeling of, and the urgency to act, and at the same time the awareness that maybe this will not be enough, or may be not enough, and still one ought to act. And in this piece there are two more characters. One is performed by Andrea, and the other by Marco, myself, and one of the actors in the ensemble. The character you see in the picture is one of the children of the oracle. So the oracle, who lives in a cage, maybe protected, maybe sheltering, maybe hiding, maybe caged because it's dangerous, who knows, actually had offspring. And these offspring bear the signs of this hybridity that permeates the world of humane methods, because these characters have the same mushroom we had on stage growing on their costume. And for the other performer, we decided to do something that is rarely done in theater, sometimes, but rarely. There is a way of erasing the infrastructure, erasing the technological apparatus. Usually the mixing desk is in the back of the room or on the side of the theater, so one cannot, or the audience sometimes is given the illusion of the magic happening, but at the same time there is an erasure of a very important element of the piece. So whereas Andrea usually was sitting in the back and the machines, this time he was in the center.
Yes, because this time, again, this is still part of our residency in Volkstheater in Vienna. And we wanted, again, to underline, to create an environment as an ecosystem that works by itself. So basically this performance is not proper a performance, but more an happening, a living installation that you enter inside and you are free to walk. The children of the Oracle are present in an area of the theater, then there is a corridor, and then there was the room with the kernel. As some of you know, the kernel is the part of a computer that translates the hardware input to the digital input. And this is where, for us, in our imaginary world, the kernel extracts energy from a living organism, in this case, mushrooms, that then evolve in that. And during the performance, the mushroom itself, the children of the Oracle will revolve against the kernel and make it crash it. So it was also to underline how the energy in our world works and how it can be exploited and give it back also.
Yeah. That's the last one. So you have seen how the use of the space in the work of Fronte Vacuo tends not to be the conventional one, and this draws on the tradition of a performing arts and theatre who challenges the distribution in space also as a distribution of power. You know, someone is sitting, someone is controlling, someone is delivering. And this was developed through this small cycle, cycle of works at Volkstheater Wien, because we inhabited different parts of the theater. It's a neoclassical theater full of Baroque and full of gold and white Stücke. So how to inhabit these parts as if they were limbs of the body of the theater. So how to use the corridors or the hidden rooms. And this then led us eventually to a small performance space they have under the dome of the theater, where I need to switch workspace, where we eventually worked with resolution. I think we have the video, and I think we have a couple of more minutes to show you to this. And here again you see the white hoodies, you will see the officiant, you will see the key keeper, the key holder, and the deer. So the format of the saga allows us some freedom to rework on certain elements and develop them further when there is a need to develop them further. we are all big fans of Japanese anime and science fiction, and one author we love, Ursula Le Guin, said, well, you know, I realized while working on her saga of Earthsea, I realized I wrote about dragons, but then I didn't know enough about dragons. So I wrote a book about dragons to learn more about them. And this is how we steer the creative process. And then in terms of authorship, all the works are by Fronte Vacuo, but then we also shift the direction. So Dissolution, for instance, was directed by myself, Impossibility by Andrea, Exhale by Marco, and in this way also the collective practice of directing and creating in a group is balancing the different voices or foci of the work. What's next? We are now starting the next season of residency at Volkstheater. So if you happen to be in Vienna, it would be really amazing to see you in the audience. And at the same time, we really hope that we can bring those works in Berlin. We did once, but I think there should be space for more. We really hope so. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Ina Karkani. And while she is setting up, I'll introduce her. Ina Karkani is a cinema scholar and scientific researcher at the Interdisciplinary Institute Normativity, Critique and Change at Freie Universität Berlin. Her participating PhD project, Ontological Drifting in Contemporary Animal Cinema, addresses ontological normativities by focusing on the aesthetics of representation and reception in recent animal films. Ina Karkani works also as a film curator and writer at the Berlin International Film Festival.
So we just heard a lot about the humane method. Thank you so much. This was very inspiring. And I'm gonna just invert the question and say, why not the animal method, which is what I'm gonna be talking about. I'm working at the intersection of cinema and animal studies, and I'm gonna be talking about how sound can be informed by listening to animals, hence my title, How Do We Hear When We Hear with Animals? There's two questions I'd like to guide us or take with us through my presentation, which is, how does the medium of sound reconfigure cinematic space and time? And how does acoustic organization in a film affect our understanding of the boundaries between human and non-human bodies? For this, I'm going to be looking at two documentary films. The one is Stray from 2020, and the other is Gunda. The way I'm going to do it, I'm going to look at specific film scenes. I'm going to do a film analysis of these film scenes, and then I'm going to come up with counterexamples to complicate a bit the question around how do we hear when we hear with animals, and how does it inform our human listening. So Elizabeth Show's documentary Stray opens with a partial shot of dog feet wading through a park area planted with decorative flowers and grass. The scene is surrounded by the harsh ambient sounds of passing cars, suggesting a nearby motorway. The conspicuously raised pitch of the sound mimics how Zaytine, a muscular female dog, looking cautiously down the busy road while sitting on her hind legs, must probably experience the urban environment at a higher frequency range. Like almost all the scenes, this one is filmed at street level with a camera that tries to capture the environment from the animal's point of view. The next shot shows Zeytin's photogenic profile against a cloudy cityscape. Zeytin is the main character of Stray and is one of thousands of stray animals living on the streets of the Turkish capital of Istanbul. To be mentioned is that in Istanbul, Turkey that means, there is a no-kill, no-capture policy towards all stray animals. This entails that over 100,000 dogs call the street of Istanbul their home. In the next scene, we encounter a stray puppy sleeping on the beach. The amplified soundscape of the city dissolves into a rhythmic ebb and flow of the waves, suggesting not only the oral location of where the two dogs are, but also a different texture of time, as they may be perceived by the animals. It is an acoustic quality that resonates with the transience of the contingent territorial noises of muttering people, barking dogs, rumbling machines, sounds that position themselves outside the diegesis and wander along the edges of the audiovisual scene. Film sound here is that which escapes the frame, resonates with and extends into the way we perceive the mobile freedom of the stray dogs as they come in and get out of the frame, leave the park areas, the busy shopping streets, remote beaches, and hideouts in abandoned construction sites. To borrow Michel Chion's wording, the time depicted in these auditory scenes feels real because it becomes an acoustic web in which the animal's sound-sensitive perception allows us to imagine a non-human perspective. Viktor Kosakowski's Gunda is a documentary that explores ways of breaking down the representation of animals through the eyes and ears of the pig of the same name, Gunda, but also other farm animals, with whom she shares her space, newborn piglets, cows, and chickens. With a symmetrically framed long take, the film leads us straight into the life of a farm. As Gunda sleeps peacefully on a pile of hay, in a small opening shed, one of her tiny piglets clumsily makes its way onto the reclining body of its mother. The newborn topples over and falls into the rustling hay, followed by one of its siblings who has just emerged from the darkness, all while Gunda, the mother, her eyes still closed, responds with grunts. Soon, a third and fourth piglet bursts in and tumbles down the mountains of dry grass. Then, as the squeaking and squealing intensifies, Gunda finds her own feet. In the next scene, the camera moves inside the barn to look from behind at the sow mother as she lies on her side, now with her vital piglets grasping for her milk. They make species-specific squeaking sounds as they slam into the camera. These visual microrhythms, again to borrow Michel Chion's wording, have a particular movement of their own, creating a rapid and fluid rhythmic value that give the image a vibrating, trembling temporality. As if to affirm a time proper to sound cinema as a recording of the microstructure of the present, Kosakowski's dense, unsettling sound design and monochrome black and white cinematography seem interested in eschewing tidy framing in favor of a perspective that stays very close to the animal. Moreover, his aesthetic skepticism about the depiction of animals is evident, for example, in the ambience of the natural sound design, which is entirely void of narration, music, focusing exclusively on non-human sounds at one time in one place. Whether Stray films urban or Gunda films rural habitats, by investing in a sound design that simulates non-human perception and our experience of the world, both of them belong to a group of recent animal documentaries that ask questions about the ontological and epistemological stakes of what animals' experience is, and in particular, what their modality of listening could be. They raise the following questions. What, but also how do we hear when we hear with animals? What do we feel and think when we listen to non-human creatures? It seems that the perception of certain sounds, such as the chirping of birds or the barking dogs, the grunting of pigs or the clucking of chickens, connects us to a concrete material world in that they designate a situatedness, a positionality, namely an embeddedness in a specific geographical space, a certain time and season, and remind us of concrete acoustic constellations outside or, in cinematic terms, at the very periphery of our own normative perception of the world and our established modes of listening. I would like to bring these thoughts in dialogue with how contemporary indigenous sound studies inform the modality of hearing. Dylan Robinson is a scholar of indigenous sound studies, whose current research focuses on the material and sonic life of indigenous ancestors. He proposes in his recent work, Hungry Listening, Resonant Theory of Indigenous Sound Studies, a method for critical ways of decolonizing perception in the cultural categories of gender, class, race, and species. He addresses the absence of scholarship on the practice of listening from indigenous people in relation to the white, quote, totalizing ontologies of music, thereby tracing an unnoticed normativity of listening based on content and form. Such listening regimes impose and implement a so-called, quote, fixed listening, strategies that are part of larger reorientation towards Western categorizations of single sense engagement, as well as toward ontologies of music located in aesthetic appreciation, which he describes as a contemplation that gets us, for example, through the day by addressing our aesthetic feel, our mood, a mode that renders listening as a process of the ear rather than the body. Robinson's proposed decolonial concept, hungry listening, is interested in complicating aesthetic listening through the affective feel and texture of sound, through a listening that attends to affect that is strategically flexible in terms of, as we heard before, of the positionality and the situatedness of where we are. He suggests an indigenous mode of listening that is more functional and attuning with the world through historical and geographical positioning of what is happening and what has happened in a particular place, and in placement that unfolds through the sensual experience of place and history. How might such functional hearing that he proposes help us re-engage with our world anew and invite us to think beyond fabulous anthropomorphism and its species-defined perception of reality? Stray, as I mentioned before, invests in a dynamic soundscape which encompasses roaming dogs living in urban areas alongside also human residents, enveloping their story side by side. In this case, it's the story of the group of homeless young Syrian refugees. Their names are Jamil, Halil, and Ali, whose experiences keep overlapping throughout the duration of the whole film. They make up a makeshift family of dogs and boys running in and out of focal range. They're very difficult to catch up with and be controlled within one focus as they roam the streets, as if sustaining a moment of heightened presence derived from the time and the lived time, hence the temporality thereof. It's a sense of place that is rapidly shifting. This slows down their actual pace of listening to raise an awareness to what might come next. Adding to Gunna's perception of listening to farm animals at one time in one place, Hence, Stray is interested in alternative perceptions and relationships to the living world, marked through spontaneity, liveliness, and above all, a non-anthropocentric and ontologically non-hierarchic dynamic. Similar to how both documentaries animalize film experience by lending us dogs' and pigs' senses, thinking along listening positionalities provide us with a perception that is, quote, always in a flux, through an ever-shifting relationship with that which is listened to and the context of listening. Hence, to engage in practice of critical listening, positionality here then requires that we learn to notice different moments of intersection. It requires becoming better attuned to how race, class, gender, ability or disability, cultural background, and sexuality, and I would suppose also species, guide our listening capacities, habits, and biases. Such different moments of intersections come to life through the unfamiliar perception of the dogs, for example, in Stray, as we experience the multi-layered soundscapes of buzzing urban life from the peripheries of existence. The human sounds of the side alleys and the grand bazaars, the rushing footsteps of traders among the merchandise stands, people's voices greeting and arguing next to the table restaurants, as well as the distant traffic of cars, meeting mid-air with the muezzin's call to prayer. Can the present suggested modality of hearing with animals reorient our listening practices away from human-centered, the humane method, this fixed anti-relational, non-situated position of certainty? Animal presence in film has historically been prone to anthropocentric point of views in order to negotiate human nature, the relationship between humans and other species, questions of morality, desire, or feelings. These human-centered interests have been bound to particular techniques of representation that have afforded animals different degrees of cultural significance throughout history. I'd like to suggest an example to think about this. And I would like to look at how James Reed and Pippa Ehrlich's recent Oscar-winning Netflix documentary, you might probably know, My Octopus Teacher, chooses to tell the story of the encounter between filmmaker and freediver Craig Foster and an octopus living in the waters of the South African Cape Peninsula. The filmmaker is going through a personal crisis, and his growing feelings for the creature are both visually and acoustically portrayed in exclusively anthropocentric terms, one might say, while the animal is being denied the complexity of its own species. Whereas the mesmerizing cinematography of the vivid marine world and its lush colors accentuate the catchy storyline, namely that of a vulnerable human being finding salvation through nature, it's the composed score by Kevin Smuts that adds emotional value to the visuals, guiding our perception through musical clues and, in a way, conditioning a sense of emotional identification. Their score sets up for this right from the opening titles, in which a dreamy, otherworldly music washes over the haunting beauty of the underwater forest, in which Foster, accompanied by his autobiographic off-screen narration, advances gracefully in slow motion before he encounters the octopus. The following shot is an intimate close-up of the two creatures facing and reaching out for each other. Next, they move side by side like a pair of synchronized underwater swimmers whose gestures unfold to the rhythm of a music, but also Foster's voice, who invites us to participate emotionally, above all, to a human story. Foster says, "A lot of people say that an octopus is like an alien, But the strange thing is, as you get closer to them, you realize that they're very similar to the humans in a lot of ways. You're stepping into this completely different world. Such an incredible feeling. The alignment between Foster and the octopus happens in this opening scene on 3 different intertwining structural levels of narrative, image, and sound, all of which amounts to an anthropomorphic cinema in which human and animal are not only forced into an indistinguishable likeness, but more so suggest explicit spiritual qualities of Foster, the filmmaker, through the presence of the octopus. The octopus teacher's transcendental sound design strategies reverberate to a great extent to how music theorist Anahit Kasabian describes the dynamics and identification processes through film music in contemporary Hollywood, in which the composed score conditions and encourages assimilating identifications in situations where identification is rather unlikely. Such processes, she states, are unconsciously accepted and are structured to draw perceivers into socially and historically unfamiliar positions, as they can, quote, easily find themselves positioned anywhere, with anyone, or anything. So in the case of the octopus teacher, it draws us to a lush kelp forest teeming with marine life, together with a troubled filmmaker contemplating on this encounter with a cephalopod. I'm going to play you the intro of the film. So much to assimilating identifications. A counterexample that I would like to mention is how tackling a more nuanced perspective in capturing animal otherworlds is tackled by Felix Blume and Sarah Lerner, and how they invest with their sound piece Mud Dogs in a 3-dimensional sound immersion from the exclusive subject and living position of Brazilian stray dogs. By recording binaural sound, a technique that takes advantage of the mechanics of human hearing, which is omnidirectional, they immerse the viewer in the daily life of the dogs of stray dogs called Marmita, Pretinia, Nina, Bob, Frida, and Una. The directors placed for that sensors on the dogs' ears, which allows us to experience a world happening a few centimeters from the position of the ground in the district of the Brazilian area Belo Horizonte. Immersed in their daily life, we feel their apprehensions, their fears. We sense their social relationships. We imagine encounters such as their meeting with the sound of garbage cans. So as you can probably sense or experience, this allows us to glide along the streets with the animals as much as possible. And this is my next thought, because of course this is just a mediation of animal experience. So we might wonder what kind of lived experience is documented, how it is facilitated, and most importantly, to which degree it is likely to be communicated using film technology. After all, such framing, montage, editing, and sound just mediates external perceptions of how animals might experience the world on their own terms and are prone to the critique of being just aesthetic constructs. We're talking about cinema after all. However, film, particularly documentary filming, exploits this very feature to probe the medium's capacity in order to overcome essential unknowability of animal experience by investing in filming methods that produce intimate and hence more situated perspectives. With regards to cinematically enacting the experience of, for example, the roaming stray dogs in Stray, the filmmaker explains, quote, "I knew I wanted Stray to be told entirely and truly from a dog's perspective and not an anthropomorphic projection, using animals as a vehicle as so many other films have done. But no, truly I wanted to be trying to use the medium of film and its technology to represent a dog's life. Thereby I developed an oral language for how to cinematically represent canine hearing, a world in which human dialogue, human sounds, become radically secondary to the heightened frequencies of perception of the dogs." Such explicit taking over of perspective facilitates a simulation of a non-human creaturely experience and reverberates from a reception theoretical perspective, not merely another perceiving subject's point of view, but more so an individuated and hence more inclusive experience of a situation in general. The animal, we could say, thus functions here primarily as a generator of identities, which by marking its positionality at the edge of society or at the edge of the cinematic frame, makes possible a representation not only of the animal other, but why not of otherness in general, that is to be excluded in the normative social categories. In chronicling the human-animal relationship, John Berger describes a history in which animals have been gradually pushed from the center to the invisibility of the periphery of civilization through the process of industrialization. The withheld agency on the part of the animal is caused by the denied ability to look back. It's materialized on screen by means of what also elsewhere Sabine Nessel refers to the medial animal, or the animal medial, which is a staged version of the real animal. Hence, questions to take away when viewing animal film, or film in general, could be: how can cinematic, if not technological mediation through auditory logics, question the aspect of acoustic orders and thereby raise the implication of the decolonization of formal techniques when talking about otherness, be it human or non-human? Thank you.
we move on to the last part before the break, and that is Anani Sanouvi. So Anani Sanouvi is a transmedia artist, dancer, researcher, and educator who works at the intersection of dance performance, sound, and visual arts. Born in Togo, he grew up in Gabon, lived in Senegal, Belgium, Holland, Brazil, and currently resides in Portugal. He has received international recognition as a laureate of UNESCO, the Africa Center, the Sakatar Institute, and the Rolex Mentor and Protégé Award. Anani's work has been featured in theaters, festivals, museums, and cultural centers worldwide. He has also collaborated with renowned artists like Peter Sellars and Anne-Theresa de Keersmaeker. With Agama Fo, a pedagogy aimed at creating and questioning contemporary dance and performance, rooted in Ewe epistemology and animist knowledge, he has conducted lectures and workshops at various institutions, dance and theater companies in multiple countries. And currently, just beginning now actually, he's a fellow at the graduate school at the Berlin University of the Arts.
Hello. I'm sorry that you see all this, but I really wanted to dive into the not knowing state. It's like not really things prepared and, try to go with the flow. And I just would like to say that I saw something today that the presenter, the creator of the flat cat, he showed something that caught my attention, which it is pure coincidence. And okay, here we go. You will see all my chat. Sorry. Oh no. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna leave this on the screen, and I will go down. The original idea was that you guys will come also on stage, and because of this structure now, it's like, of course, we're going to have a chat and be there. And yeah. So I'm going to give you the music and see what. Oh, yeah, I left it there. Sorry. What was actually a music that I wanted to play, and it's going to be a so-called improvisation. And Ronya, you will actually goes to we have to plug the new jack up there, the cable that goes in there. So you will play with it in a way like, let's go up to throw him. Sorry, I didn't stage this at all, so just be with me with this, yeah, please. Yeah, it's him, no? The musician. Yeah. Okay. sign. Okay, and this is the pitch. You can play with the different sound. I mean, the way it will sound like. And this is the speed. So you do it as you want, as you wish. It's like I would never know what really is happening. Okay, sorry. Oh yeah, I'll give you the tab to press play. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna make it. Stay here. Okay, here we go. Alberto already introduced me, but I would love to just ethically acknowledge the people who were before us, and especially my mom and my father. So the way I'm going to introduce myself is more or less to acknowledge her, because when we give the name according to the colonization, the mom names never appears. So it's always the father name. So I'm going to say it in a way today I feel like this is my name. So my name is Anani Abuyavi Anani Doji Amivi Kosi Sanouvi Imeto Chuchukba Modula do Banya Nami Egbekama doa Ini Vegbe Kechua Fide Echo Tepe Didi Nedeve Tepea Mimanyao Mereka menyau Ita Legbemade Melebia Ben Kobede Gamecho Vale Yia I Mivado Egbele Tepe Kelo Ki miadak bena UdK miadak bena Jasmina miadak bena Mesiame Kewodo Ne miate doge. Basically what I'm saying is we in this part need to acknowledge before and to acknowledge the present. So I really, really appreciate everybody here, the first presenters, and try to find a way how to approach this question of this neural synthesis that we've been witness for now. My approach is more or less from, it's a way of sensing. It's a way of experimenting that I call the flirting state. For me, the flirting state, it's a place where we could move in a curved world, not just as a dancer, as a performer, as a sensory person, as a human being. So what I'm going to try to do is not to give a speech about what I've done, but I'm really going to try to be that state if you allow me. And I would love now to read something that I think it's important to think that I'm constructing at the same time I'm thinking, I'm building at the same time. Trying to build a neural synthesis is like there is no prediction, but there is action in the moment we are living. I'm trying. So just please be with me. Yeah. Who whistle? Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. Looks like there's no internet. All right. Now that there is no internet, we kind of stuck because I wanted to read something from my Google Doc. So that now I need to find a way how to talk about this because yeah? Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Yeah. Let's, okay, good. Yeah, okay. This one? Oh, okay. Mm. We there? Yeah. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna read something that I think for me it's important to mention. What is it again? Yeah, a bit bigger. All right. Epistemicide. Epistemicide is a term that combines epistem and homicide. It describes the systematic destruction of areas of a certain form of knowledge, ways of knowing, and cultural practice often by dominant or colonial power. Epistemicide occurs when the knowledge system and worldview of marginalized or colonized communities are devalued, suppressed, or replaced by those of the colonizer or dominant group. This concept often contribute to the need to recognize and preserve diverse forms of knowledge and epistemology. It highlights the importance of respecting and valuing different ways of knowing and learning from various cultural, traditional, and perspective. Yeah, from that point on, the project I'm working with, usually, and this moment, is actually investigate the communal thinking making of circular concave biocosmic architecture where dance happen from the Ewe language epistemology and from animism ontology. I approach dance not from a choreographic standpoint, but from an animist performative perspective, a non-doctrinal mode of constant attentivity. In this context, dance performance operates as a multi-translation process, self-pedagogy, a social, creative entanglement interrelated with the diverse life forms and a means to acknowledge and play with life's unpredictable nature. So I'm going to go back there. I think Ronya, you put the play and please, I would need into this. I would love for this game for now, just to play a little bit in a certain space. To sense yourself as you are in a certain space and try to see what can we do with that. Okay. Hello. Yeah. And we will try to find a way how we can be that in curve word. Curve word is more or less try to say not being straight forward, but always in a curve into certain thing. So please, the music will be, please just go as loud as you can, and let's try to be into this relationship with this sound, vibration and frequencies. Yeah. So I'm not gonna be alone. We are here and let's try it. Let's try to be the neural synthesis. Can you go a little bit, the volume a little bit more, please? Yeah, go more, go more. Go, 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 go. Don't be afraid. Go. Go. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, you can go. Ronya, please, can you make us stop, please? Pause. Yeah, I'm sorry. Something came back in the mind that I remember that I also wanted to share in order to see how probably to be or try to be or think, reflect in the mind and sound and frequencies what is or could be neural synthesis. So I'm going to try to do it. Is Christoph, huh? Yeah, can you, while I'm going this, can you probably put the sound again a little bit higher, please? What I'm going to do now is try to swallow this vibration and try to be that vibration. I'm trying. Yeah, Christoph, can you put some reverb into it? Is this possible? And now I'm going to try to put some more accent into the same vibration I'm trying to give. Yeah, that was my tentative of being the sound or vibration I'm trying to produce. So the idea would be to be again in this floating state and trying to react or have a relationship with the sound. Christophe, don't be afraid. Put the sound. Yeah, please. Can we try that? All together if it's possible. If you want, okay. You don't want, it's fine. Yeah, please. Oh, yeah. Can we switch the light off? All of the light? Please. All of them. Yeah. Thank you. Just trying to be the neural synthesis. That was it. Thank you.
We start with Philipp Mergenthaler. He is neurologist and clinical neuroscientist and works at the Department of Neurology with experimental neurology and at the Center for Stroke Research Berlin of Charité. Here he investigates the exemplary relationship between two fundamental cell biological processes. He has been an Einstein Junior Fellow since 2021. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the kind introduction. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really excited to be here. It's, as we discussed in the break, now it's something completely different. As was said, I'm a neurologist, and I study why and how cells in the brain die. And one of the tools we use in our research are brain organoids. So over the next, I don't know, 35, 40 some minutes, I will tell you about what brain organoids are. I will give you some biological background. Hopefully I don't lose you early on. And I will tell you a little bit about what we do and mostly what others do with brain organoids in research and also in art. I'm going to start out with art. This is a drawing by Ramon y Cajal from the early 20th century. And he's essentially the founding father of modern neuropathology, where he wanted to become an artist, and his father said, well, son, you have to learn something proper and become a physician. So he became a neuropathologist and drew all these brain cells. This is from a rabbit, but he also has human pictures, and I find the level of detail always very fascinating, and even with our modern microscopes, we don't see much more than what he already drew more than 100 years ago. So before coming to organoids, there will be robots eventually. Bear with me. All right, so in biomedical research, we study humans, mostly. And human biology, as in many other cases, has an organizational hierarchy. You can start at the subcellular level where the DNA, proteins do their things. They are organized in cells. Cells are organized in simple or complex tissues. Tissues are organized in organs. And organs play together and become organ systems. And all of that together then does the function of what we need to sit here, to listen to this, or to do whatever else. And we have created simple models or very advanced models, and we've heard about those earlier, and how to study these models. And we've created models in between, and only very recently we've been able to venture into also using artificial human systems, which are these organoids, and to really study all different layers of human complexity. I also want to introduce you to how the nervous system is organized. It's not just the brain, even though we neurologists like the brain, but the brain receives a lot of input from the outside world. Through nerve cells are organized in nerve bundles or in the brain, and the brain communicates with the outside world after it integrates all the information it receives. It can receive information from the skin, can receive information from the gut, you feel hungry. It's integrated and then there's an output, increase in heart rate, or you have to go to the toilet, or something else. But there's a complex computation that happens in between receiving an input and giving an output. It can be anything else, really. The flow of information is also highly organized in the nervous system. This is a picture of one nerve cell that receives many input signals, computes or processes these signals in the cell body, and then releases one output signal. And mathematicians, engineers have created these artificial neuronal cells. But of course, the brain is much more complex. It's a whole network of these single cell neuronal units. And this has, of course, led to the concept of artificial neural networks that are behind of all what we know about AI today. Although nobody knows how they work, really. I only want to briefly mention that next to the very human-centric way of looking at a central processor, the brain, there's of course other ways to process information, and they are known in biology. It can be mixed between central and peripheral organizational systems, or as in plants, for example, completely without a central processing unit. And I'll just leave it at that. So, what are organoids? Organoids are a mixture of organ-specific cell types that develop from progenitor or stem cells and self-organize, that's important, into something that looks like it's alive, or it's a living system. So there are many different organ-specific cell types that together recapitulate some organ-specific function, and they're organized and structured in a way that is similar to the organ that is under investigation. And these organoids exist for brain, for kidney, for lung, for liver, many other organs nowadays. From now on, we'll just talk about brain and how do we make brain organoids. We can't really talk about making brain organoids without talking about stem cells, particularly pluripotent stem cells, for which John Gordon and Shinya Yamanaka received the Nobel Prize in 2012 for the discovery that mature cells can be reprogrammed to become pluripotent, and I will show you on the next slide what that means. The Waddington landscape essentially symbolizes the potency a cell can have. It starts out in a very unstructured, flat landscape where the stem cell is totipotent or even omnipotent. And then these cells, when they differentiate as the body develops, they move down that landscape, they commit to a certain lineage, and eventually they're in a deep valley. The hills are very high, and it's really difficult to get across and to become something else, although that's now also possible today. And the Nobel Prize was awarded for the discovery that really any cell in the body can be reprogrammed, taken back to a very early stage and become something else. And this is the foundational technology to work with organoids. How do we make organoids then, or brain organoids? We have a patient or any person. We take any cell, usually blood or a skin biopsy. We reprogram them, and what looks really not very complicated and short is a long process. It takes 3 to 6 months, depending on how you do it, until you actually have fully characterized stem cells that you can then work with in the laboratory. We can genetically engineer them to do or to show something else. I'm not talking about this today. And then differentiate these stem cells into brain cells, brain organoids, or something else, and study them at scale. And this is how they look. This is a hand of one of my students. She holds a petri dish with some organoids. These are quite large. Usually they're not as large. Mostly brain organoids are between 3 and 5 millimeters in diameter. So these are probably more like 8 or so. But they're really big. You can hold them in your hand. So what do people do with it? And I will briefly touch on most of these issues, or on these aspects. I will not so much talk about drug screening. I will not talk about regional identity. I will not talk about how people read the genome. But I will touch on some of the other aspects and some other things beyond science people do. So when we start with tissue architecture, and I told you an organoid has to resemble the organ that it's supposed to symbolize in some structural aspect. It's well known that the human cortex is organized in layers, and these layers have specific functions. And specific cell types are present in these different layers. And in these organoids, this is a publication from 10 years ago. That was the first publication that showed these brain organoids from stem cells. You can recapitulate this cortical layering to some extent. You never find the entire brain, but you always find some aspects of this. Likewise, we know a lot about how the brain develops in the embryo. So there's a specific regionalization, there's a specific patterning, and we see very similar developmental regions in these organoids. So it's a great tool to study cortical development. A very important aspect of brain development and the human brain, not only the human brain, but really what sets our brains apart from many other brains is the folding, the gyration. Right? This is how there's so much tissue that's integrated because of the folding. And just for comparison, not for size, but for the how the brain looks. This is a mouse brain where there's no gyration, and this is a human brain. And the folding develops in the embryonic stage. This is an MRI scan of a human fetus at 21 weeks of gestational age, and you can see how over the following weeks the brain starts to fold. So it's an active process, and that's something that can be studied with these organoids. Right? This is a brain organoid without modification, and here the group has introduced by genetic engineering a gene that is commonly found in tumors that here causes this folding-like phenotype. And it's specific to this gene because when we inactivate it again, then this phenotype is gone. So it's a tool to study how these things are regulated, because it's not easy or mostly impossible to do that in humans. Brain organoids are functionally active. One of the most important way the brain works is by electrical signaling. Sometimes or often also electrochemical conversion, but most of the brain activity is electrical activity. And brain organoids are electrically active. And how do you investigate that? Well, in this case, you essentially cut it in half. This is what's shown here. You put it on an electrode array and you measure the signal. And what's really fascinating is that as the organoids grow older, and here shown is a period of 8 months, they increase their firing rate, their electrical activity on an individual level and also on a population level. And while we haven't done these studies ourselves, we have done something related. This is an electrical trace of one organoid that's depolarized and that shows with depolarizing substance, and that shows something that is similar to epileptic seizures in humans. So brain organoids recapitulate that on a functional level as well. And there's more. Anyone has, it says it up here, but anyone has an idea what this is? Shout it out. The entire thing is an organoid. Yeah, it's 2 eyes actually. Well, not an entire eye, it's retina. And the retina, so the light-sensitive part of the brain, is actually part of the brain. In development, this is really basic embryology, but initially it's just a few cells that are formed that are called the neural crest. And then there's patterning that takes place, and very early on there's primitive eyes that are formed. And we're not the only ones who see this. It's actually been worked out how this works, how to pattern organoids in a way that they reproducibly make these primitive eye-like structures. It doesn't always happen. That's what's shown over here. But most importantly, these eye-like structures are light sensitive. So when you shine light on them with increasing intensity, there's a depolarization of these light sensitive cells. So they're functional. And it's not actually rare that these eye-like structures develop. This is 2 different cultures of these brain organoids with different genetic backgrounds. Doesn't really matter what it is. This is just to show that you can manipulate these organoids to have more or less of these eye-like structures, and also that it's very common that they have these. Very commonly, brain organoids are now used for disease modeling. And some of you may remember that before the recent COVID pandemic, there was another pandemic, the Zika virus. It was not as prevalent in Europe, although in Italy and some regions of southern France. But mostly it was in South America, some parts of Africa, so we didn't really care about it. But Zika virus infection in pregnant women caused this severe phenotype in the infants called microcephaly, which is a condition where the brain doesn't develop properly, and it's of course severely disabling. And this can be recapitulated in brain organoids. So this is an organoid that is uninfected, and next to it you see an organoid that is infected with Zika virus, and after I think 2 weeks or so of developing further, you see a very big difference in size. Not only that, here on the lower panels in pink you can see these cells that are the developmental zones of the organoids. It's where all the neural progenitor cells are. It's what's driving brain development. And you can see that in these Zika virus infected organoids, these cells are almost all gone, probably because they've died. Down here you can see the Zika virus in green, and what's shown over here, and this is just an example, is that when you block inflammatory signaling in these organoids, and there are different ways to do it, you can ameliorate this condition, right? So the organoids are often of the same size as the uninfected organoids. these progenitor cells are still present, and in some cases you don't kill the virus, but in other conditions you do. And this is a way to study that and to find novel therapies. Now, on to the next pandemic. Even mild COVID can cause your brain to shrink. That was a big scare. It was picked up worldwide, everywhere. Personally, I'm not so sure how much of this is actually true. This is based on a study with MRI, and you can show many things with MRI. But anyway, actually, until patients had died, there was no way to find out does SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID, infect the brain. And from studies with organoids, it looks like it does. It's not quite clear and still not entirely resolved if it can actually reach the brain. But if it does, it can infect the brain. And this was discovered by many studies using these brain organoids. In my own work, we study stroke. And one aspect of stroke is neuroinflammation that happens after stroke. So a condition where the immune system of the body reacts to the stroke in the brain. This is what a PhD student of mine is studying. We use the brain organoids, we bring them together with cells of the peripheral immune system, macrophages in this case. We give a stroke to the organoid, and then we see, or we look for do the organoids show a sign of an inflammatory reaction? Do the macrophages actually go into the brain or into the organoid? And this is really recent data, and I'm super excited to see that it's actually possible to kind of engraft a peripheral immune system into this brain organoid. And we've done a few more studies, but this is really a nice image. You see the macrophages here in this orange color. The blue is just nuclei of all the cells that are there, and you can see a distribution of the macrophages across this region of the organoid. So this is really interesting and exciting to see. And there are many other conditions that organoids have been used for. As already mentioned, neurodevelopmental disorders, lots of studies on neurodegeneration and brain tumors, and many more. Can also study the evolution of the brain. Turns out that a very ancient gene is responsible for development of the brain across many species. And the chicken is shown here because it's evolutionarily very, very far from us, much further than the mouse. And apparently, the Neanderthalers had this ancient variant of the gene, and us, modern humans, have picked up a variant of this gene. And the question that was asked by this research group was, what happens if we, with genetic engineering, change this gene that is relevant for brain development back to this ancient variant? So they made these stem cells, and from the stem cells grew organoids, Neanderthaler organoids and human organoids. And this is what they found. Up here are the human organoids, and down here you see the brain organoids that express this archaic gene. And you can just see that these are different, right? This nice round shape is what you would expect to see, and whatever this gene is doing, it changes the phenotype of these brain organoids. There's a quantification in the paper that shows that on average they're also a bit smaller. And again, we go back to looking at the activity here. So we cut the organoid, we put it on the electrode array, and we measure electrical activity. And it looks like the electrical activity of the Neanderthal organoids that are here in this gray color is very different from the human brain organoids. Whatever that means, we don't know. But it turns out, this is from a different study, that actually there's a fair bit of Neanderthal genes in all of us. Depends a little bit on who your ancestors are or where they come from. But this may actually be of relevance for common diseases. All right, moving on. Recently, there has been discussion about organoid intelligence. Not artificial intelligence, but organoid intelligence. And there was even a conference on that. And in this paper, they stated that in 2022, for the first time, a supercomputer exceeded the computing power of the human brain. But if you look at some of the other parameters, the supercomputer is still very inefficient, right? It requires a lot of power, requires a lot of space. If you look at how, the mileage of the cables in the brain, 850,000 kilometers. It's a very inefficient machine, the supercomputer. But if you just for a minute entertain the thought that brain is nothing different than a computer, or maybe a brain organoid could be also something like a computer. Question then, of course, is how do you hook up a brain organoid to a computer? That's an engineering problem that's been solved. I already told you there are these electrode arrays. There's actually very different ways of connecting brain organoids to electrodes and then to a computer. There are these needle-like electrodes, there are meshes, and lots of other things. What I like most is these cyborg organoids, where the organoids are actually grown on electrode meshes, so you cannot really distinguish what's organoid and what's electrodes anymore. All right. What do you do after you've hooked up a brain organoid to a computer? You teach it to play Pong. I'm cheating here. Because what they did is actually not teach organoids to play Pong, but just cultured brain cells. It's a variant of these electrode arrays where they cultured pluripotent stem cell derived neurons. And in a closed feedback loop, they connected it to a simulated Pong environment. They calculated input-output signals, and very similar to what we've heard about how you do conditioning in animals. There was positive and negative feedback. And this positive and negative feedback led to very quick learning of this biological neural network to play Pong and to hit the ball and to hit it at the right time, to know where it goes. And without this feedback, positive and negative, that learning didn't happen. Even though AI has solved this problem already almost 10 years ago, I think it's truly fascinating that a biological neural network can replace all this complicated algorithm. And we'll see what's next. This study, other studies have also raised ethical questions. Because if you can teach a biological neuronal network to play Pong, what else happens there? In the same paper I showed you earlier, where that was looking at the development of electrical activity. The claim was also made that the electrophysiological activity of very mature brain organoids is very similar to preterm infants, so humans just before they are born. That study has many problems, but I think it's important to just think about these aspects. What does it mean? And even more so after you've seen what I'm going to show you next. Guy Benari is an artist, I think, in Australia, and he constructed a neural interface that in the center of it has this electrode array with cultured nerve cells as well as organoids. It connects to a synthesizer and to this self machine, which is essentially an instrument, and it can interact with other instruments. Not only that, this is Guy Benari. He actually took his own skin cells, or had somebody take his own skin cells. So he constructed this machine with brain organoids here that were made from his own stem cells. This is a picture of this electrode array connected to the switchboard and the synthesizer, and other way, and of the entire machine. And hopefully it works, that you can hear it.
Self is the world's first neural synthesizer. It is an autonomous instrument that is composed of a brain made of biological neural networks and a body made of analog modular synthesizers that work in synergy. Self premiered in a live set with Tokyo-based drummer Darren Moore. The sound of the drums was fed as electric stimulations into Self's neural network, and Self responded by controlling the synthesizers in an improvised post-human sound piece.
And now robots. Scientists grew tiny human brains and hooked them up to robots. That was the headline 4 years ago. Oops. And they actually cheated because they didn't hook up brain organoids to the robot. They claim they used electrophysiological recordings that somehow controlled the movement of this robot. There has not been a publication about it. There has not been any more than this YouTube video in the public domain. Motri's lab is they're not without criticism, let's put it that way. So I don't know how much of this is true, but it's, from what I've shown you before, it's conceivable that eventually somebody will be able to do something like this, even though the idea is, of course, not entirely new to take disembodied human brains and to connect them to a machine. With that, I'd like to close. Thank my group and my collaborators, our funders, and I'll leave you with this. Thank you very much for your attention.
Are there short questions?
the last thing, how is a recording actually supposed to control something that requires closed loop interaction? So that's...
So I cannot comment on the technical details. They, in this YouTube video, it's about a 5-minute video, they say that they used these recordings to somehow not really control, but influence the movements of the robot.
There was another question. Oh, two. Okay.
Just shout them out. Unfortunately not. No, unfortunately. I wish I could claim that.
Do you think there are like some specific tasks that might work better with a biological system rather than a computational one?
I don't know. I mean, the brain is really good to deal with uncertainty. And that, I think, is what sets it apart from artificial neural networks. The question is, what is this biological neural network? Is it more like an artificial neural network and you just change the compositional matter, right? Or is it more like the human brain? And is it complex enough that it can deal with this uncertainty? Of course, our brain functions a lot on experience, and so I think you cannot really separate the brain from the interaction with the environment. That's why I think these approaches, both in art and if they're real in science, where there's an interaction with the environment. I think that's really a fundamental step forward. But I don't have an answer in the end.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
How do you condition organoids to fulfill a specific task? Do you mean in terms of how do you make them become more like a certain brain region, or how do you make them grow eyes, or what do you mean?
I mean, how to make them play Pong, for example.
So in this case, the way they taught them to play Pong was they first of all in the electrode array they did a representation of the simulated Pong environment. So the current that's measured and the feedback that's given back has a reference to this Pong environment. Second, and that's the critical step, there was positive and negative reinforcement. Negative reinforcement was uncoordinated electrical stimuli, and positive reinforcement, so when the network actually hit the ball, was a coordinated electrical activity, and that very rapidly led to the biological neural network learning how to play Pong.
In this study, for example, was there any kind of, or is there any study that does a comparison between the amount of resources, size of network, or things like that between the computational and the biological one? Like, is there any kind of study?
I haven't seen that. I mean, the Pong study, that's about a year old. And I'm sure there will be follow-ups to this because this had so fundamental implications. The study is not without criticism, both from an ethical point of view as well as from a technological point of view. But I think it's the first step of very interesting, for sure. If you look at this, maybe also scary development.
Yeah. What was the last question? Two last questions. Two last.
I was quick with my talk, so.
Yes, it's okay.
Yeah, mine is kind of really quick. So these mature organoids that you were talking about, how old are they? And another question, what is the usual lifespan? I mean, in our, human days.
It depends on what you want to do. So for practical reasons, in our lab, we usually culture the organoids for about 3 months until we use them. We've also cultured them for 1.5 years, and people have gone longer. So as long as you're able to keep them alive and without, big problem in these cultures is always infection with bacteria or fungi. So as long as you manage to keep them, happy, then I don't know what the limit is.
These Nobel Prize discovery about reprogrammable cells, as I understood, it was relatively new. It seems like to be the solution of like every disease we have and aging. What does it stop solving those problems?
Well, research is inherently slow, and you never know when you will find the breakthrough discovery. And that's really a very important message to convey to the public, to the funders, to the government. You cannot plan these discoveries. And a very, I think, problematic trend in all Western countries is that there's a lot of research funding now goes into application. And the attention shifts away from basic science. But you cannot plan the discovery of how to make pluripotent stem cells. You cannot plan the discovery of how to make a laser, all these things. It's not planned discoveries. So next to, you just have to be lucky and find the right thing, this is what's holding us back.
When you said the human brain's good at dealing with uncertainty, that's the sort of thing I was thinking about. The people seem to like certainty, or how do you convince funders about uncertainty? Or political movements or whatever.
Yeah, that's
anyway, it's just a side observation.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
We'll come to interspecifics. And interspecifics bridges artistic exploration methodologies with experimental scientific practices. The scientific practices include AI, communication and language sciences, and social epistemology. Since there are 7 biographies stage, we have Leslie Garcia, associate researcher at the Nano Laboratory Core of the School of Fine Arts at Rio de Janeiro, former artistic researcher at the Media Environments Department, Bauhaus University Weimar, electronic and sound artist and digital media developer. She explores the merging process of art and technology using techniques such as electronic prototyping, audio production, and net art, hardware development, and biological interfaces. She's co-founder of the Interspecifics Collective, the electronic media collective Dream Addictive, and a member of Astrodavandalistas. And Paloma Lopez is an independent researcher, founder of Interspecifics, focused on bridging artistic exploration methodologies with experimental scientific practices. She has been focused on studying potential non-human forms of communication by transducing biosignals from bacteria and slime mold into sound and within the morphology of pattern-forming bacteria. She's a former fellow of the European network ECAS and guest professor at the UdK BAS Cathedral 2022 of the Technical University of Berlin. And so I can read some more biographies. There's still Emmanuel Angianus. His work focuses on natural language processing, specifically statistical language and communication modeling. He worked at the Language Sciences Laboratory from 2010 to 2015, developing user profiling algorithms for social networks and publishing papers in specialized journals and conferences such as Advances on Artificial Intelligence and Ibero-American Society for Artificial Intelligence Conference. He is part of the Art, Science and Technology Collective, Interspecifics and Binocular Studio, developing computer-human interfaces and experiences. And there's Philipp Mergenthaler. He's a visual artist holding studies in lighting and industrial design. With an extensive curriculum in the latter field, his work centers on studying imagery and new forms of visualizing information and sound by exploring audiovisual pieces. He's been involved in various new media and art science technology projects, exhibitions, and residencies. He's part of the interspecifics collective based in Mexico City and independently works on projects that range between the audiovisual and industrial design realms.
But first, yes, let me introduce you to the collective. So the collective was founded by Paloma Lopez and myself in 2013. So we're 10 years old collective. I think that's a lot of resilience for a Latin American independent crew. Then we have Felipe Rebolledo there from Chile, Carlos Tardillo from Barcelona, Maro Pebo, Alfredo Lozano, Emmanuel Angiano, and Nick from Mexico City, mainly. And so this is our general approach to the kind of art we like to create. This circle is inspired on Neri Oxman's creative circle of crepes. So we like to, think about the idea of awareness from these four perspectives: science, engineering, design, and art. And there is not like a proper way to follow the circle. It depends on where the questions arises, and then you move from one point to the other. But what is actually important is to have an interconnection in between them. That's like the main aspect. So creativity for us is something that is interconnected on these four areas. And we sort of hack or take some ideas from each of these aspects in order to create our artwork. And today, I want to talk about generative and expressive sound with biological-inspired neural dynamics. I'm kind of nervous, so sorry if I sort of shake and stuff, but I'm going to try to keep it cool. And yes, okay, I have to read, but I don't know if I'm going to make it, but let's try it. So, our standpoint is the idea of neural networks from a biological perspective. So we try to observe the emergence and the behavior of different types of microorganisms. So we started with, Physarum polycephalum, a very famous, super intelligent fellow. And then we moved to Panibacillus vortex, E. coli, and different types of fungi. And we try to observe how they organize signaling and communication processes. So these behaviors then are applied to a very wide range of unconventional computing techniques, which is our main practice in that sense. Everything can be a computer, even a living organism. In our case, over the past 8 years, our applications have shifted between machine learning training and the basic simulation of artificial or computational neural networks. For us, the neural network serves as a fundamental framework for a creative form characterized by the complexity and stability of existence within expressive composition of events. So we try to approach the microbial network, then use also actual neural networks in bioelectrical terms, and mimic those networks into algorithms. And those three elements create for us what is sound beyond human terms. So as Pickering reminds us, cybernetics laid the foundation for exploring networks in a more open metaphorical sense. It created an analogy between the brain and the network, suggesting an understanding of the brain as a self, an endless, explorable, and exceeding complex system. This perspective also hints into different kinds of performances, what might undertake with considering the brain as an open, emergent system. So, some pictures from the first cybernetic trend, Walter Gray image of EEG studies. The network itself is defined as a performative entity, possible an environment continuously transmutating. The neural network is capable of peculiar performances, including dreams, hallucinations, trances, cognitive creativity, as found in Walter Gray research. Many of these elements in the list have been undervalued in modern self-perception. However, we are particularly interested in the unusual performative elements, those that touch upon the surreal. In the context of art, they open up the possibility of the neural network in a space defined as the ontological theater. This is a non-modern ontology presenting a view of the world as constructed from lively dynamic systems engaging performative interaction with each other. This is in contrast to the ontology of modern sciences, which offers an asymmetric view of human agents connected to a passive and a static world through a medium of representation. So this is the way we sort of approach the idea of the network. And then there is an aesthetical aspect that we try to take from the network. And is related to the idea of spectrality. And we ask ourselves if the spectral is a possibility for a matter to dream, or is the symptom, the hallucination of matter. And spectrality considered as a material aspect of the transformation of phenomena into sound experiences. It raises the questions of whether the spectral quality represents matter capacity or is just the symptom of matter. In our research and the creation of data-driven musical compositions, we emphasize the property of spectrality as a means to despite entanglements of phenomena and the multimodal characteristics of sound. This allows for a human experience of intangible process through a physical embodiment. I don't know if the sound is like running, but I'm gonna put this on the back. Okay. No? No sound? Just a second. No? Maybe now? Okay, it's always something with the sound cards. Okay, it says that I'm sending from the Scarlett Solo USB device. It's USB. Maybe the monitor. Yeah, there. The uncanny, the ghostly, and the forces that manifest themselves at the crossroads between worlds are the essential aspects of the Latin American perspective, reflecting a connection to ancestral spirits. It involves a ritualistic process in which transmedia tools plays a crucial role, bending, transforming, transducing into technological languages and meanings. From the Western perspective, it aligns with the quest for scientific performative. Here, algorithms and circuits entangle with the composer and the performer as a unified entity with multidimensional possibilities. We take control of the electric system, the software, and various forms of wetware. This enables us to emit a voice, a call to perceive closely with an extrasensory apparatus what we define as reality. As speaker says, I am inclined to assert the performance is the foundation from which knowledge emerges and to which it returns. We must bring this foundation into focus and understand knowledge in relation to it. So this is a little fragment from one of our latest pieces. It's a neural network that creates a series of auto-compositions by the use of, okay, the internet is not helping me, so I'm gonna switch into my phone. Let's see if that works better. Maybe not. So the basic idea is that the system is trained with overtraining, looking to exploit the biases of different styles of electronic music. And you can actually see the network choosing certain levels of elements in classical electronic music to produce a generated piece. So this is inspired on our previous research with bacterial and brainwave activity. So I'm going to show some of that work, but I wanted to start from the last of our pieces. So I want to introduce microrhythms. This piece is a bioelectrical activity system using also computer vision. So basically we work with microbial field cells. We harness the energy out of bacteria to create a series of patterns. Those patterns are then amplified and transduced into automatic voltage algorithm and analyzed by a computer vision system that actually trains a non-assisted machine learning algorithm. And with those data, we actually choose different aspects like the voices that are played, spatialization in a multi-channel system, And it has different versions already. We presented 3 different compositions with this system. The last one is with laser arrangement into a 3-dimensional space. Then we also have this one running in a series of exhibitions in China with just panels, and you can see the computer vision system in the center of the space. And I'm gonna try to play a little bit of this. Let's see if I'm lucky. Okay, this is the Spanish, but I can explain about it. So the idea here is that the performer is actually the bacteria. And we are trying to introduce micro-performative in a more like a collective sort of open space, like galleries or similar spaces. And the piece is continuous. So the machine learning is continuously learning about the behavior of the bacteria, and that makes a lot of effect in the characteristics of sound and the way that sound evolves over time. So we arrived there with a basic setup of electronic components to play, and after a month or 2 months, you start perceiving new emergences that not were actually programmed by yourselves, but they're now part of the interrelation that emerges in between the bacteria and the actual algorithm. So we're also trying to introduce the idea of algorithmic observer, because as we know, science usually has this problem of the problem of the observer, that when you are actually in the presence of an experiment, you are changing the results of the experiment. So we wanted to see what happens is if we take the human aspect out of the line and just leave it as they are. The organism, a phenomena, and an algorithmic system analyzing the process. Here is some of our machine learning Python system. During the time, this system has evolved because we also sort of reuse our own systems. It's like we try to make them better or fitter depending on the new libraries and systems that arise over time. So this is another version. In this version, we are working with bigger microbial fuel cells. And we also introduce the idea of 3-dimensional light in space by using lasers. So we go from this 2-dimensional first setup to a more 3-dimensional aspect and see how that relation affected also the design of sound over time. And maybe I can move a little bit. It's a lot of microbial fuel cells, so there is some of the patterns controlled by those cells over there. And we also have the computer vision algorithm analyzing the patterns. The sound of this video is not that good, but yeah. And here is our software. The sound is also multi-channel, so we have different synthesizers and arrangements. So actually over time, the system is creating different compositional loops, and they start becoming part of the generative process. And sometimes when a pattern is revisited, the system chooses a similar pattern to play back. So it, in a way, is telling us that something that already happens is happening again in terms of bioelectrical activity. So this is the composition, the sound score that the system creates by the recognition of the light patterns. And then we have speculative communications. It's also a long-time project that's been running since 2016. Here we work with Panibacillus vortex, a very interesting bacteria that has some motile capacities, even though it doesn't have the proper organelles to motilize itself, but it moves in response of stress. So basically, when the resources on the colony are very low, they cooperate and create this sort of like a mass and start moving around to colonize and look for other sources of food. In this case, we're using an assisted machine learning system. So we show to the machine learning what kind of patterns are available in those sets. And then we also using computer vision, we create a series of pattern recognition processes, also using open source tools like Raspberry Pi and those kinds of Python software and stuff. And the audiovisual generator is very similar to microrhythms. We create a compositional sound piece and a visual sound piece that is showing the process of the bacteria in real time. So, for example, here is some of our software components where we try to identify a specific loop in a sample of bacteria. And then this loop sends us some data values on OSE format that we then translate into sonic representations, this kind of terrain, three-dimensional sound synthesis processes. Here is a little loop. Okay, this is low. Okay. So basically we try to reproduce this idea of science as a performance space. So we have a laboratory where we have some samples and then we show the process of observing those samples to a public, but it makes like an open space for them, for this process of observation, and sound, you know, creates some kind of breaching in between the observations we are generating. Then we have Deep Self. This is more on the subject we heard before on neuroscience, in a very experimental way, because we are not neuroscientists or biologists or composers. We're just, you know, experimenting, but here we're trying to use emotions as a modular system using this arousal balance three-dimensional system, just to identify the possibility of emotions over, you know, EEG readings. And we use this system to create visual compositions that actually tell us something about the state of emotions of a person during the period of the reading. And we end up with these sort of like neural cartographies of the emotional process that can be also played as a sound piece. And we have this software that help us to take little samples of the readings and use those samples to play it back as a sequencer. So with this sequencing, we can actually sort of compose on a predictive way. If the brain is like going into a more happy state, let's say, the music can also move into that direction. If it's going into more like a frightening or sad or other kind of a state, it also moves on that direction. I think I'm gonna show you, because the videos sound really bad. So I'm gonna try to play something from here. Just a second. And part of the research we're doing with these pieces is that we're trying to, sort of deliver brain auto-generative compositions. So we have like a series of experiments where we invite different people to, revisit the memory. And during the process of revisiting, they are creating a sound score that goes with the memory they're trying to recover. And we also create these visual maps of the process. So let me play you a little bit of this, maybe over here. Maybe can we add a little bit more volume, please? Navigation in the space of memory. And for us, it's really important not just to work on terms of sonification. We switched to a space we call data-driven composition. So it's very important to have an aesthetical position, like we design the sound and the intention of the sound, and then feed the system with the data as a sort of extra composer that goes together with the design that we already made. And here's some of the software we use for that purpose. Then also following on the brainwave activity compositional process, we created this piece called Reduction, which is a very metaphysical sound piece that actually tells the story of some sort of the experience of dying in a way, dissolving yourself in the, the imminence of life in some way. And it comes from also the use of these memories, but at the same time we also did some spectral analysis of a space in one of the churches in Mexico City called Ex Teresa. So the reverberation of the system is based on that specific space. And then we play back the frequencies we are translating from the brain into this space to create some sort of like a ritualistic experience. And we also use a specific three-dimensional software for that purpose. And I think I'm gonna play a full piece out of this one. I'm not going to perform it because I have to connect everything and it's gonna be a little bit complicated, but I can play some of it. And maybe we can sort of turn off the lights as much as possible and yeah, the volume up. Just 1 second. Also this slide, please. basically, our work is about this idea of a system dreaming about itself and the possibility of creating a relationship in between the system and the human. Can we perceive through the otherness of the machine? Can we perceive through the otherness of the bacteria? And if it's possible, then we need some sort of way to interface ourselves into these other realities. And over these past years, neural networks have been an important tool for us in that sense, because they also allow us to experience this uncertainty and stability and, you know, the possibility of emergence in between something that doesn't supposed to be behaving in an expected way. It's something unexpected, it's something that is open, and it's a perfect playground for us to make a system dream and hallucinate in a way. So I think I'm gonna stop here, and yeah, thank you.
And I just put up one question as a start. I read on the paper of Anani Sanouvi, Thinking Making, and my question is, what is the entanglement of creating, performing, and observing from your specific perspective? Yes. What is the entanglement of creating, performing, and observing from your specific perspective?
Hey, okay. To try to respond, I will have to think in my mother tongue, just to pass through this place so that English doesn't affect so much the thinking behind, you know. We have something that we call a toe. A toe, translate in English, it's a hole. And a hole, it's a concave superficie where things bend the sense of time in a curved way, always. So a toe, it's a place where we gather. It's a place where we challenge each other. It's a place where the thinking is in process, always evolving. It's a place where who play the roles of a referee, if you can see it this way. It's probably the drums or the way the polyrhythm is organized in a drum set. So if the polyrhythm is organized in a certain way, there is a certain metronomes that always played by one person who keep kind of the heartbeat of this orchestral polyrhythm. So if this person who keep the beat on as a metronome is a center point where also all the drummers gathers. Let's say there is an organization, or let's say probably a sonic organization that can guide or advise or regulate what's going on inside the whole. So from that specific structure, the thinking is happening in the muscles through the brain, and it comes out in form of dance. So when we have, for example, a dance called atrikwe in my mother, in the place where I come from, atrikwe, it's a traditional dance, a ritual dance, and also a dance that clean a hunter when he comes from a hunter time. I mean, and the dance is practically done at night. And it's a way to decharge the hunter when he's back from the hunting time, you know. It's like for the people, for the community at that moment, rhythm, drumming, which actually means vibrations and frequencies, are kind of channeled and oriented to a certain direction with a certain specific meaning. So that's why they have also different kind of name of drummings and name of way of casting, for example. So inside this whole structure, whole movement, there is something that I call in the practice that we do a multi-translation, which is actually translating or transducing the voice of those inter or inner relationship that's happening during that encounter in the whole, you know. So at the end, we have probably thinking, making, at the same time, the processing all those frequencies, vibrations, and waves through the drumming or through the bell. We have all this together in one moment. And this moment, it's the moment to be instead of becoming. Did I? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much, but I think you can pass the microphone to anyone in this round, because the entanglement of creating, performing, and observing from your very different perspectives, maybe you can contribute before we thank you. Before we start to discuss or exchange, or just let it stay.
We just would love to add from the point of the observer, for example, the notion of observer. You probably realize it if you're in Brazil or something. The observer is also the performer, in a way that there is not really a line cut between the community, the performer, and also the drummers. And I mean, it goes around in a circular way, always in a circular way. That's why in the practice today, I don't use the word forwards. It's specifically following the epistemology of the Ewe language and following the idea of not always going straight word, but rather in curved words. So that means, for example, if I want to invite, forgot your name. Margarita. If I want to invite Margarita, for example, to go to the hall, it's not going to be a verbal invitation, but it goes through the touching first, and then we're going to communicate through the eyes, and we will agree by watching each other if we go there. So there is no voice, but there is actually, as an observer, we decide to go in. So the observer is not separated to the action of going to become a performance. And while we're inside the performing time, we have a referee, call it this way, is the drumming or the music or something that will regulate the time. And I found out recently that what they call a tome. A to means the whole, means inside the whole. I found out they have the same concept in a football field. So, meaning in the football field, they kind of transpose this concept, which is an architectural cosmical space. They transpose it inside the football field. So it's a fluid structure, even though it's inside not a visible dimension. What they do, it becomes much more concrete in the human dimension, according to the biodynamic organization of these communities. So they need a biodynamic structure to actually take this architectural space from this dimension to the human place. So I'm going to invite Margarita to go in now, and then you will see what's going to happen. I'm going to try.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to invite her just to respond as an observer.
Yeah.
I was prepared.
Yeah.
I was informed earlier, but we can go.
No words. No words. Yeah, that was the goal. Actually, the game. But yeah, sure.
You are good. So can we have that again? We have the entanglement of creation, performance, and observation. And for me, observation is perception, like whatever the inroad to whatever is the agent. and performance and creation kind of actually falls together, which is the action. And we have seen this today, you know, like reactive systems, input-output behavior, and we have been wondering there were questions like, what is the difference between different computational media, whether I'm using transistors or whether I'm using some biological substrate. And I think, personally, for me, one of the most fundamental things I learned about coming from the bio-inspired robotics thing and wondering, okay, how can we orchestrate these fancy robot behaviors, is this predictive brain idea. And it's kind of also embodied in this sensory motor idea that we are trying to, we're trying to push together the sensory and the motor space into a single combined space. And it seems to kind of work out. And action and perception really, even these two things fall together. And if you think about it, for animals and even single-celled organisms, perception is not a passive thing. So the organism doesn't just sit there and go like, the world is like broadcasting into me. Actually, you need to go there and take the action to have a measurement about what's going on. So if you think about the eye, if you paralyze the eye with chemicals, your vision starts to fade. It fades down to a uniform gray. So if the eye doesn't move, we don't see stuff. So these things are like really heavily combined. I think that's I don't know, I would use this as a jumping board for coming to a synthesis of the ideas that we have been seeing, which are all great and pretty interesting stuff. That's my introductory call. Who wants to?
Maybe Margarita?
Let's see if this one works. Yes, it does. Can you please help and remember the 3 words?
What is the entanglement of creating, performing, and observing from your specific perspective?
So it's creating, performing, and observing. I think this is an interesting provocation because of course, these 3 are 3 polarities or maybe 3 clusters, but actually they are on a continuous on a continuum, I would say. At least that's in my experience, and I can relate very much to what you have mentioned, because if I think of myself when I am performing on stage, even if it's not usually a stage, but then I need to be fully in the space, observing what is happening around me, even if I'm not observing like the observer who is outside. And this is where the creation happens. And this very interestingly happens both in the work that I do with Fronte Vacuo, where I'm in a shared creation or performing with others, but it happens the same when I'm working with organisms in my individual work, where when I try to bring those organisms or part of them, maybe a cell culture or a bacterial culture, into a certain state. So I need to invite them without words, as you just said, to a certain place where together we can do something that comes from my creation. And this is also not a place where control is intended in the rational manner where you are outside orchestrating things, but rather you have a feeling as in a state of flow of everything that happens, and you can slowly then bring the process somewhere, or maybe let and at the same time let yourself be brought to this place. So it's not something that you can really disentangle, but
you can look from different entry points. And this is different, of course, when you are working alone. Actually, I think no one really works alone. You are always co-creating with others, and space and time and sun, etc. But these, I can say these both as well for my individual practice as well as with the performance group. So maybe I.
We have one.
You have one.
Ina, you want to say
and then
something?
we come back here.
Okay, so we've got again performance, observation, and what was the third one in the triptych?
Observing.
What's that? Observing?
Observation and entanglement.
And creating.
And creating. Okay, thank you. Yeah, even though it might be actually one, as you just said. From my perspective, so I'm coming from cinema and film aesthetics, so I'm going to hold on to the notion of observing or observation, which for me is experience, is film experience. So the question here would be for me, what is the film medium with its technology and whatever comes with it does in order for me to, on an embodied level, experience the film. And talking about animal cinema, this comes and happens on different layers. Today I talked a little bit about sound, but it's not just the sound, of course. It's, you guys all know, it's the montage, what you need to come up with the video. It's in film, the performance, how is the body used on screen in order to come across with a message, and then the sound. And coming back to the animal question. So the more general question for me would be, how can the animal help us get out of this body that we use and we're conditioned to use, as we heard earlier? How can it sort of help us to have a more nuanced, a more broader experience of the world? And through today's example, I just wanted to point out that there's other ways of hearing. There's a way of disentangle hearing by being more aware of what, for example, movement and space through an animal perspective can mean. What does sound in space through an animal perspective mean? How do I situate myself in here and the here and now? How do I live the time we're in through an animal perspective? So this is the aspect of observing, but again, I think I touched also on performance, like bodily performance, somatic performance on screen. Yeah, so in a nutshell. Thank you.
Go ahead. Observing is more like I will structurize in observing, creating, performing, because we start, at least personally, I start from observing and start to create in my mind question that entangle in the creating part that results in a performance in a way. Is more in that way that envision a lot of my practice, definitely. Short.
All right, it looks like I have to say something. I think for me the sequence is different. Yeah, of these three aspects, you know, because even though as scientists we say, well, we observe, you know, without interfering, in fact, unless, you know, you go out in the wildlife and hide and observe, of course we create the experiment, and then we perform the experiment, and then we observe what happens while we perform what we created. So it's that to me is how I look at how this comes all together, at least from my perspective.
When I hear what you were saying, it makes me think about the discernment as very important practice to be done. You know, the more we have a discernment, the more probably we can bring together. Because I think it's my own practice. I started to really practice discernment to understand things, or probably to try to understand things and put them together right away. I don't know, but I need to have a relationship first with one entity first and try to build this relationship with this entity with really in a discernative way. This is different than this is different than that, this is different than that. And after probably have the courage to, okay, now that we probably know what this is about, probably have an amalgama of those entity force, if I can speak in that way. Yeah?
I also like to add to what you just, through your practice, I really loved how you used your body as a text, as a living entity, to show and to effectively pass on your knowledge. And there was less orality to it, there was less speech rather than body language, and I really found that fucking powerful. Yeah. Thank you for that.
This is why we say it's an orality from every epistemology. But in English, it's an orality who stayed some places. Because for me, sometimes it's not an expression, it's a talk. And this talk has to transcend dimensions. That's why I was talking to them, like it needs to have a certain relationship with the sound and the frequency. So there is a need to die. You know? There is a need to die first. You know, when you're in a deaf place, you start to rebuild somehow in a sensory way. You know, and this is the place where, okay, is it this or is it not? And then with my own practice, it's like, oh, what does this sound look like? What is this? Where does it affect this biomechanic? You know, it's not the body for me, because again, the body, it's something that is dead. From our perspective, the Ewe people, it's like I'm a cuckoo. I'm a cuckoo is something who doesn't have any more name. If you have a name, you're not a body. You understand what I mean?
I think so. Yeah, it's a sort of unconditioning, like conditioning, and then going backwards, unconditioning, like ground zero, sort of like to sort of reboot from zero and then
0 1 0 1 0 1. You know.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that was also my point. Thank you for helping me express it in a better way. Like, how do you get out of this conditioned sort of listening, in my example, and how do you open up to another sort of experiencing reality? And I totally believe there's also spiritual level to it, and I totally believe that there's spirituality to technology. I believe that, but that's another issue. Yeah.
It's true. So I think the entanglement there is reality itself, because you have, the process of creation, like you have the lattice, and then you observe and you create the objects in the space. And when you create the objects, you're creating interactions in between those objects, and you're performing the process of interrelation, interactions, in between them and yourself. And from that perspective, we also have this idea of wholeness. There is no distance in between what you create and yourself, and the space where you're actually creating. So, in that sense, it's like you know, playing the game of creating this ontological reality. You are performing your own reality, and at the same time, you are creating in relation with the others. And I think that's the beauty of art at the end. It's like art or science, that there's no difference. So also this idea from philosophy, like everything has certain degree of consciousness. And when you get related to some materiality, it's because you're having a conversation with that consciousness. And because of that, you are becoming one into the other. So, something like that.
Then maybe it's time for a second question. That would be that would be the role of temporality in neural synthesis. Also, that's a question that can go to everybody. So, starting with terms like microrhythm, data-informed rhythms, concepts of vibration, whether temporality is different in animal perception than in human perception and experience. Questions of predictabilities play into it as well. So there's a lot of aspects to temporality that you would be welcome to address.
Temporality is, to be meaningful, it needs to be a reference to you. Like you are experiencing the stuff and there is temporal structures, and it needs to be in reference to you. And whatever with audio, we have, I don't know, I would say like at least 2 layers. And one is the rhythmic layer. And the rhythmic layer in music is quite clearly reference to the motion of the human body. In drumming and in dancing and in, again, I don't know, I'm trying to build this audio perception for the robot, and I want to make it dance, essentially. So I want it to be able to, you know, hear a rhythm, and I'm wondering things about periodicity of seismic events, whatever, in the incoming stream. And yeah, I think it's projecting it back to the body, and that's maybe also a perspective on taking it to what do other living things actually experience is it clearly needs to be relevant to their own life and like what they need in order to be around the next day, like surviving. That's the core temporality. And yeah, it might actually diverge completely for different organisms.
Well, maybe I can try articulate some thoughts of this, where if we agree on temporality as a dimension of time, so the aspects of time, there are a few elements that come into play for me every time I experience or an artwork as an artist or spectator. One is the format, which has to do with the context where the artwork is presented. Is it an exhibition? How much time do you have to see the exhibition? Is it a performance? Is it a 20 minutes performance or 40 or 2 days? And this is a cultural aspect, because this is how art in the Western culture and in Europe works. I know that if maybe a 40-hour piece has less possibility to be toured than 1 hour piece, just as an example. That's what I am talking about. Exactly this. So, on the one hand, an artist, because you pay your rent with this, so you also have these aspects in mind. One. And then there are certain aspects that are just exceeding and are recalcitrant to stay put within this temporality, because Leslie just mentioned the transformation of the fuel cell, bacterial fuel cell. It takes days, weeks, and months to happen. Or even with the organoids, it takes time for them to grow. And if you watch them within an hour, there are not so many things, I'm talking now about biological entities, that you can see change within this time that is allowed by the capitalistic Western formats of art, although Fusarium is an exception. But then you don't want to just visualize it. With Fronte Vacuo, we work with mushrooms, and people coming to see the second part of the show the following day, they notice and say, hey, but this is different. Yes, it's happening before your very eyes, but you cannot perceive it because of many aspects, physiological and cultural. And then if you think of the time of an algorithm computing, it just blows your mind if you really try to comprehend and let this time frame sit within yourself. It's so fast. Or if you think of Escherichia coli multiplying, it takes 20 minutes, and therefore it became a model organism. And science is, correct me if I'm completely off, but relies a lot on Escherichia coli to provide data, to produce knowledge, not only of this. So when making art and thinking about temporalities, and you think of all these processes, how to unfold them in a performance, or how to manifest them to the audience, it's just huge.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna add something to that because of the timeline, actually, which is quite interesting. Like, in our case, we started using machine learning tools because exactly the time to observe biological experiment with microorganisms requires days or months, and we as humans are unable to follow that. But a machine actually can follow, and then just prepare those observations. So the timelines seen as dimensionalities also are interesting, because we are working on levels of compressing time or expanding time in order to make it perceptible for a human timeline, which is very specific. And that's also some kind of sensorial inability, in a sense, like the reduction of our bandwidth as an interface is telling us that we are very fixed on the kind of information we can perceive, even in terms of like the light weight we are perceiving, or the amount of frequencies of sound we can perceive. Same happens with time. So it's quite important in technological terms that in a way is enabling us to expand those timelines and perceptions in some sense.
Yeah, so I think it's, at least from my perspective, it's important to separate temporality, which to me sounds very much like a philosophical concept, from the timing of events or biological events, and measuring time. And it's fascinating that all living organisms have endogenous clocks. Every cell has their own clock. in the body there are central time regulators and external cues like light or temperature or food intake. Food intake is actually the strongest. Can set or offset the clock, but I would argue that for bacteria or even a brain organoid, temporality has no meaning, but they need mechanisms to temporally order certain events that, for example, enables bacteria to grow in 20 minutes.
Just trying to find out, it's an endogenous, let's say endogenous mechanism they create by their own, if they need a certain mechanism to function, or I don't know.
I don't think you can say create on their own. It's inherent to biological existence that you need to be able to time.
Thank you. But at the same time, you said that the organoids, the brain organoids in particular, they can perceive the anomalous rhythm or the rigid rhythm as something, they can perceive the difference between them, and actually this is your way of training. So this is, it falls also into this whole temporality, the regular or irregular pulsations of electricity.
Yeah, I still think that the perception of time is a very very highly intellectual task, and I'm not sure if brain organoids can deliver that. I think you can get a brain organoid. I think is a very complex example. I very much like the network by bacteria or fungi and so on, because you can get all of these systems to react and adapt to certain conditions, and in a way you can program them. And maybe these more, forgive me if I say, primitive organisms are a bit easier to fulfill that task, to understand how what concepts drive biological programming, and the timing of events is just one part of many, I think, that plays a role there. I wonder myself, what does the ability of these organoids to react to certain external stimuli, and apparently, to perceive and to learn certain things, what does that actually mean? Does that mean that they do have perception of certain events, or is that just stupid programming?
I have something to add. Like, time doesn't exist if you don't measure time. So, if we measure time from a technical perspective, we're creating a mathematical system of clocking things. And if bacteria has the ability to measure their own time because they need to release certain chemical triggers to communicate the community or wherever, then they are creating their own time in a more, biological sense or chemical sense. And maybe it's a primitive way of creating, and of course it doesn't have meaning because at the end we are the ones producing that meaning. But then the idea of biological timing, it's something that is actually embedded in all the living organisms in a way. So maybe it's not a conceptual thing, but it can be a biological aspect, right?
I would like to add here that if you take anticipation, so I think for organisms it's very important to be able to anticipate stuff. And that kind of means to put yourself on cue in a temporal frame, because you are depending on the environment to whatever, some certain things are released, all these cycles, you know, like feeding cycles, reproductive cycles, all the stuff that counts. And if you're able to anticipate and be ready when it's happening, that puts you at a better point. So I think it does make a lot of sense for even the simplest things that are around to put their internal timings in the strict relation to what's happening on the outside. That's
I just wanted to add to what you just said about temporality. Like the way you pronounced it, I think also touches upon what I understand under temporality, and contrast to time, which is time. Temporality is like lived time. So how we live time, how we perceive time, and that amounts to like also an ontological understanding of time, right? Yeah. And so, like for example, in the short clips that I described, or scenes that I described, the animal doesn't live ontologically a linear time like we do. It's not a linear chronological understanding of time. Time is more like of a time-space thing. And the way it's like aesthetically translated is there's a sort of indexicality to it, like an unpredictability. It will jump in and out of the frame. It's somewhere there. You cannot really rely on its presence at a given time, at a given space. So speaking about like lived time and also the ontological understanding of time. And then there's the whole story, of course, of how we Westerners, like white understanding, Western understanding of time, like elsewhere in Brazil and Peru, you won't talk about time, you talk about time-space. And the futures already happened. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm actually going to that, and that's what actually I was talking to you about, the question of ethics around this. But just to reinforce a bit what she was saying about the ontology of the time. I was with the indigenous people from Guarani ethnic in Brazil, in São Paulo somewhere, and then we arrived into that place. It's a story that changed also my life as a trained performer, dancer. It was really a shock, according to also ontologically what we from the AV people from West Africa. It was a meeting of different ontology at the same time as a trained Western dancer, you know. And then when I met them, what was what was exciting or curious for me to realize, it's the notion of time and the temporality. I mean, they work in the space, they're from here to there like this. In the place. Then I was, okay, this is a thing going happen. I mean, from where I come from, the relationship we have, or in Libreville, Gabon, between the Bwiti, which is a kind of a spiritual practice from the Bantu from Central Africa. They also have another way of perceiving times, and this comes also, what I was referring to the referee is most of the time inside the composition of the music, where the notion of time also kind of differed there. I don't know, I'm just trying to find out, but what we do, there is a beginning somehow. There is a beginning and there is an end at everything. So who's gonna regulate it? See, that was like for me, ethically, I'm gonna ask permission first to be able to say that I'm gonna control the time, because I know I don't own the time, you know. And then, yeah, that's where for me, ethically what you do and what you do, what is the ethics around and the purpose. Because we, for example, a dance happened for a purpose, for the community, we know all those stories, right? But then comes the question again, the purpose of the flat cut. You know? For the fun.
I'm really, really terribly sorry to stop this discussion because of time. so we just are looking forward to the presentation of Anthony Green. Let me introduce Anthony R. Green, although I know that it's not necessary to introduce Anthony R. Green at UdK Berlin. As a composer and performer, Anthony R. Green is committed to social justice. The continual questioning of conditions is as much at the heart of his practice as the principle of exaggeration, the embodiment of injustice and the justification of a metaphysics of the oppressed. His work has been presented at Tivoli Vredenburg, Utrecht, Studio Ilka Teurich, Hannover, Cité de la Musique et de la Danse, Strasbourg, Symphony Space, New York, Lincoln Center, New York, Literaturhaus, Copenhagen, the Shoe Factory, Nicosia, Elbphilharmonie, Hamburg, and Perfokrasse International Artist Residence, Kumasi, Ghana, among others. So, if you are installed, we are really happy to observe, to create, to reenact your presentation. And don't feel stressed.
Thank you all so much for bearing with me. This is part meditation, part improvisation, part conversation. The voice that you'll hear in the recording is from Dr. Itamar Ronen, who is my husband, and he is an MRI physicist. I don't want to talk too much about it. I'll just perform and we'll see what happens. Thank you.
problem is that clusters of cells are not an organ, and an organ, isolated organ, is not the body. So first of all, clusters of cells don't have food support. So the food that is being given to the cells is being given through the medium in which the organoids float. And they lack blood supply. And blood supply obviously brings oxygen and brings glucose and all the various nutrients that end up feeding the cells. And when the organoid grows, it grows in such a way that it creates this kind of layer structure and kind of becomes. So it started in about 1/10 of a millimeter, and they can grow all the way to, let's say, about a millimeter size. When you have a millimeter size sphere, then the center of it doesn't get in touch with the medium and starts to die. So you get necrosis in the center of the organoid, so you cannot really keep them alive. So nowadays there are other methods and other models called organs on a chip. So you can actually have those organoids not float in a medium but actually be static on a chip, and then you can develop a model for blood vessels that will infiltrate the organoids and support them with energy and food, as if they were closer to an organ.
How do you think the brain, in dialogue with other parts of human anatomy, creates art or artistic experiences?
Because everyone would like to know, right? I mean, not only how does the brain, or how does physiology and neurochemistry and neuroanatomy translates into creativity, or translates into love, or translates into any of those emotions that we see as what makes us humans. yeah, it would be very interesting to decipher this question, even though the demystification of those things are also quite dangerous. And we see them, for example, now with the emergence of artificial intelligence, that we tend to project our own feelings and intuitions on programs that we ourselves created, but it is, I think, quite obvious that at this stage those programs do not have any cognition to speak of. There are intrinsic problems into how you define an active pixel in your brain, and that there is a strong bias to show activation in places where there is no activation whatsoever. So all of those things are things that in the beginning there is a lot of hype, and people go into it and do a lot of mistakes, but it is expected that people will do mistakes. But then we have to learn from these mistakes, both on the acquisition side, on the signal processing side, and also eventually in the conceptual side as to how do we do an experiment to show really what we want to know. And I think we talked about those experiments that show, how the brain reacts to music, and many of those experiments, even again, good intention, lots of good intentions, but essentially showed things that are either trivial or biased to the hypothesis of the researcher.
What do you think is the purpose of artificial intelligence entering the artistic sector?
Oh gosh, this is something that I have absolutely no authority about whatsoever. I don't know. Do you have ideas about this? I don't know.
Well, there is, of course, the general knowledge that when photography, for instance, was introduced, so many people complained that this isn't a valid way of creating art. And eventually, as photography replaced the function of portraiture in a very hyper-realistic way at that time, and then of course hyper-realism came back. But at that time, as portraiture declined in being relevant because of photography, new pathways of artistic expression developed.
Yeah.
So some people today think that artificial intelligence will be the thing that will temporarily cause many jobs to be taken away from humans, but out of this depletion, something new will come up. And while I want to be optimistic, I think there is a critical difference between a camera, which doesn't have intelligence and isn't created to be autonomous, versus a computer, which eventually will lead to a robot, which eventually will be created to somehow be autonomous. I want to ask, how do you feel about cats?
I love cats. What do you mean?
How do you feel about robotic cats?
No. I mean no.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay, thanks everybody for an incredible day. I'm very, very happy with all the contributions. I found the combination of things super, super interesting. I think I have new wiring. Thanks again to the lovely team that organized all of this. Jasmina, Lena, Diana,